Good morning. If we can have all the aldermen please log into your iPad. Please log into your iPad at this time before we start City Council. If you forgot your username or your password, please raise your hand. We'll come help you, but please log in to your device for electronic voting. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Good morning. The quorum roll call is now open. Please mark yourself present to your device. If you have any issues, please raise your hand and we'll get to you.
Alderman O'Shea, Alderman Kappelman, Alderman Dow, Riley, Napolitano, all are raising their hands and appear to need some assistance.
Behind you, Luanda. Riley. Wait a minute. I'm now going to call on those aldermen who have not marked themselves present, and I can mark you present. Alderman King, do you need me to mark you present? I can do it by voice vote.
Alderman Villegas.
Alderman King is present. Alderman Lee, I can mark you present.
Alderman Mitz needs assistance.
I'm going down the line. Alderman Coleman, are you here? Alderman Moore is not here. Alderman Curtis is not here. Alderman O'Shea. Alderman O'Shea will be marked present. I'm marking him right. Yep, O'Shea. Alderman Maldonado is not here. Rodriguez Sanchez is not here. Carrie Ost is not here. Alderman Villegas will mark you as present. Alderman Mitz, we will mark you as present. Alderman Napolitano, we will mark you as present. Napolitano is here. Okay, we're done. The quorum is now closed.
It disappeared. There are 39 members present, 11 absent. We have a quorum. Please rise, everyone, for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for the invocation, which will be delivered by Pastor Andrew Hunt from Liberty Baptist Church of Chicago. Pastor, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you, Mayor Lightfoot, to my alderman, Pat Dowell, and to all of you. I count it an honor and a privilege to go to God in prayer with you on this morning. At this time, let us bow our heads. God of our weary years, God of our silent tears, thou who hast brought us thus far on the way, God who is omnipotent in power and omnipresent by nature, be here with us on this day. And God, before we give petition, we want to pause now in this final session before recess to simply say thank you. Thank you for the difficult decisions that have had to be made. Thank you for circumstances that brought about brokenheartedness, but yet we look to the hills from whence cometh our help, saying our help comes from you. Thank you from long nights and sleepless nights. And God, thank you for yet bringing us here today. And now, God, for the matters that shall take place today, give us the mantra of the prophet Micah, to do justly, love mercifully, and walk humbly with you. And so, God, in that walk with you, may we seek understanding, may we seek healing, and may we seek the betterment of all those who this council has been chosen to serve. May, God, we look to you for direction. And God, as we continue on this day to consider political philosophies, economic challenges, and burdens that plague us daily, God, give us the mind of Christ Jesus that humbles us in divine inclination to say, as he said, not our will, but thine be done. This is our prayer. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor. All right, next up, ladies and gentlemen, is public comment. Mr. Clerk.
The council will now begin the public comment period, which is limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Speakers cannot yield or transfer their time to another speaker. Any written comments that have been submitted will be posted and made available for aldermanic review. The first speaker is Gerald Williams.
Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, City Council members. Good morning to everyone in attendance. My name is Gerald Williams, and I represent the NNA, the South Shore Chamber, South Shore Works, and all South Shorans. And I'm speaking on behalf of the MMRP that's pending here in City Council. And I'm going to speak through the lens of a resident, professional real estate person, and I'll start as a resident. I began my life in South Shore. I've lived in South Shore for over 54 years. And as it relates to being a resident, I think one of the most important things for an individual is to have housing security. My family purchased a 6-unit building in South Shore in 1956. The building was occupied by all family members for many years and was just sold a couple years ago. And from there, my parents bought a condo in South Shore in the O'Keefe area. The area that's up for discussion for the MMRP today is 6806 South Crandon. And things were a lot different in 1982 with condos in South Shore. We found security there, comfort, great functionality, of course, the closeness to the lake and all the amenities there. The main point is that we had security and ownership. I can't stress that enough. And as I said, things are a lot different today. From there, I purchased a home in South Shore, still live in South Shore. My sisters purchased residence in South Shore, and we're also landlords in South Shore today. And the key thing is that we must continue to have and promote housing security for our residents. That's the most important thing and the most critical thing about the MMRP and what it can do for condo owners. And I'll just say a few words about being a real estate professional. I got an appraisal license in 2001, and I appraised condos all over the city in the county of Cook and in the county of Cook. And one thing that I can say is that, once the housing crisis hit, the condo market in South Shore was particularly devastated, and I would even call it a pandemic of sorts in terms of what it did to the residents. And so to have the MMRP in South Shore is somewhat like our COVID vaccine. It's a vaccine. It will not fix everything, but it's a great start to our housing recovery for the condo market, which is so vital to the entire ecosystem for real estate and economic development in South Shore. Council members, this is critical. This is the last stand. We must have this. So I ask you in prayer and any other words that you can think of to convey the importance of getting this passed. This is urgent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Williams, for your comments. Our next speaker is Mary Jones.
Good morning, Honorable Mayor, City Council, and all other stakeholders here. My name is Mary Jones, and I am representing South Shore community, South Shore Chamber, and all the South Shore residents. I own a South Shore business and have since 2014 been in that area and have developed a desire to ensure that home ownership retention is number one. In order for anything to grow or be retained, we must have understanding, information, resources. Right now, condo owners in South Shore are faced with an issue that says, are they going to be rescued from COVID-19 impact? If they fell behind in their mortgages, if they fell behind in their HOA fees, if they fell behind in their property taxes, all of these are critical in order to make sure that they're able to stay in their homes, retain the residents that are in South Shore through the resources that are being made available. Right now, they're at risk. I ask that there be movement made to ensure that every condo homeowner has the opportunity to take advantage of every resource and not be left out. There are things right now that are leaving them out, and we admonish every ear that hears my voice to understand we are talking about seniors being made homeless simply because they cannot bring their property taxes or HOA fees current. With that, the condo associations can then thrive. They can retain the properties. They can then do all that's necessary because the homeowners will still be there. The inheritance of those properties, we want them to be able to go down throughout the generations. We want to be able to train up those students, the children of those homeowners, to ensure that they understand how to keep that going, to retain that property for their children and their children's children. So this is a time that we need your help. We need to ensure that whatever is available is made to communicate that in a way that everyone gets to know about it in a timely fashion. And we thank you for the opportunity to be here to express what's dear to our heart, and that's home retention and home ownership in the South Shore community. And I thank you for this time.
Thank you, Ms. Jones, for your comments. Our next speaker is John Zeta.
Hello to everybody in Chicago. I'm from Knoxville, Tennessee, and I have found a new problem with one of our cities in this country. It looks like our city has no problem with sending the police in the middle of the night to burn a business with one policeman and one fireman. When a city like Knoxville, Tennessee can burn a business in the middle of the night and make up a story, which I can prove is a lie, and blame it on a young black man and get away with it. And I've talked to the FBI, I've talked to the TBI, I drove 550 miles just to make this story out loud. This story is true. It's very hard to believe, but it's true. The city of Knoxville sent a police officer in the middle of the night to burn a business that didn't belong to the city. How can we have a city capable of ransacking a business and blaming it on a random person? At any rate, I don't expect anybody to do anything about it. This is a different city, but it is within the country. We have a problem, and it needs to be addressed. I've already talked to the TBI, the FBI, the state arson. This story is far-fetched. I can understand this. It's very hard to believe that the policeman would actually go into a business and burn it. But believe me, that's what happened. Anyway, I came to Chicago. I like Chicago. I thank you all for your time. And I guess that's all there is to be said. But this story is very true, and take it to heart. When a city within this 50 states can take it upon themselves to burn a business and blame it on a young black man and get away with it, we've got a problem. We've got a serious problem. And if I remember the incident number, so it can go on record, it's 12-048777. Once more, it's 12-04877. Incident number. This story is true. They made up a lie, and you'll find out to whoever looks into this to find out it's true. At any rate, once more, thank you, everybody, for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Zeta, for your comments. Our next speaker is LaShawn Brown.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to represent our neighborhood. My name is LaShawn Brown. I am a 20-year veteran of real estate in the South Shore community. And I moved over into the community, and I saw the highs and lows and the ups and downs of South Shore. We all know what we have over there. We have the most wonderful architecture. We have the South Shore Cultural Center, lakefront, 2 golf courses, and yacht clubs. But our biggest asset is our people, and we want them to be able to remain in place. We have an aging community. We want them to no longer be taken over, have their homes aggressively taken over by outside investors who only have the interest of high rentals. Over 27% of our homeowners are condominium owners. And I am here to champion Mayor Lightfoot's ordinance for South Shore community condominiums to be eligible for the funding to assist with maintaining that home ownership. We have many dilapidated buildings that have deferred maintenance, and they are spending all of their resources just trying to stay above water, but they are drowning. For example, there are condominium buildings that spend a huge percentage of their funds just to rent scaffolding, and that money that they could be using to rent scaffolding could be going towards a rental, towards a payment on a loan to actually make the repairs. Meanwhile, the buildings are continuing to disintegrate, and these buildings are filled with senior citizens. They are filled with our legacy partners in our community, and we don't want to go anywhere. We are the last African American community that resides along a major lakefront in the United States. That's a big deal. That makes us endangered. And I am here to let you know that we are poised and ready. The Neighborhood Network Alliance, the South Shore Works Housing Working Group, of which I am the chair, the Micro Market Recovery Program, which is now in South Shore, the Center for Shared Ownership, which provides technical assistance. We are poised and ready to layer this program with resources so that we can be the best pilot for other condominium communities in the city of Chicago to be able to not only maintain home ownership, but to allow accessibility for home ownership, because too many rentals in these buildings mean they are not able to get a mortgage, and that's a problem. That devalues them, and then they become nothing but rentals. We need more home ownership. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown, for your comments. Our next speaker is Tammy McCain-Simpkin.
Good morning, Mayor Lightfoot and City Council members. I'm honored to have the opportunity to address you today. My name is Tammy McCann-Simpkins, and some of you may already know me based on the work that I've done in the arts in the community. I'm here to share comment on the South Shore Condominium and Co-op Ordinance. As a lifelong South Shore resident and current South Shore homeowner, my husband and I are thrilled at this investment in our community. This investment, coupled with the recent MMRP program, will help us renew the vibrance of South Shore of old, which I'm sure many of us remember. The theater, the stores on the walk on 71st Street. It's in need of a renewal, and we think that this investment will assist in that. I'm honored to be here to represent the Neighborhood Network Alliance as MMRP Housing Coordinator. We're so grateful to Mayor Lightfoot for preserving Black ownership and stemming displacement in South Shore. This wouldn't have been possible without Alderman Leslie Hairston's tireless commitment to this issue. Chicago Community Loan Fund is an ideal partner to shepherd these resources to condominium and co-op associations that are so desperately in need. Neighborhood Network Alliance Executive Director Val Free has created a central community resource that works with community members and residents daily. We look forward to working with the city, with CCLF, to make sure that this important funding gets to those in need of support. I want to thank you so much again for all of the hard work that you all do every day. God bless.
Thank you, Ms. Simpkins, for your comments. Our next speaker is John Cantazera.
Oh, what a shocker. You can't pay attention. Let me start with this. Since the Corporation Council is in the room, you guys are in violation of the Open Meetings Act. This is not an area where it's just 10 speakers. It's 30 minutes. If there's carryover time like there was from that last speaker and the first speaker, there should be an additional speaker there. And you talk about segregation. You got us sitting up here because you don't want the members of the council to be looking at us on the main floor where it's always been held. These rules need to be changed and go back to the old way of doing business if you want to have an open and transparent government instead of sticking us up here in the peanut gallery. But I highly doubt that's going to happen because I know you like the way it's structured. Now let's talk about a simple
couple of subjects here. 3 officers committed suicide in the last 2 weeks. And this mayor has repeatedly stood in front of press conferences talking about the amount of time off our officers have and how exorbitant it is, as if they are not rented mules, as I've said time and time again, to be abused. The superintendent of police has stood in front of press conferences and lied repeatedly, Rule 14'd himself by saying they only cancel 8 days off a year. That is an outright lie. When are the council members going to wake up and do the right thing? I like to applaud Alderman Tabares, Napolitano, Lopez, and O'Shea for their crafting of ordinances to try and give the men and women who represent and defend this city every day from insanity before it becomes Gotham forever and trying to get something done. These will be presented to all of you shortly later today. I'm just, I guess, cautioning anybody on the floor who is going to carry the water for this mayor and try and defer it to the Rules Committee as opposed to Public Safety Committee where it belongs for an honest discussion. We will take names. We will be paying attention. I just want to say this council has repeatedly not really gave a damn, historically, when it came to the FOP and what we were trying to fight for our members. Suicide is real. It is not going away. Officers are dealing with the same trials and tribulations that everybody in this world deals with. But when you then go to work and see trauma after trauma after trauma, you get no break, no decompression. You are literally looking at dead bodies, emaciated babies, domestics, and then you have to go home and barely get enough sleep to report back to work. It affects your relationships at home with your loved ones, your spouses, your children. I've had officers crying that their own kids think they're strangers. This cannot keep going forward. And lastly, COVID. 3 of these officers are still waiting 7 months for a line of duty designation who all died of COVID. The first 4 got the designation. These 3 are still waiting 7 months. The families deserve it.
Mr. Cantazera, thank you very much for your comments. However, your time has expired. Our next speaker is Val Free.
Thank you, Mayor Lightfoot and the aldermen and all the city councils for this opportunity. I would first of all like to say, my name is Val Free and I am the Executive Director of the Neighborhood Network Alliance. The Neighborhood Network Alliance is the delegate agency for the MMRP, and we are excited about it. We are excited about this particular project that we have, the pilot. And we know that this pilot will go far. It's the beginning to bigger things, and we're looking forward to how we secure our condominium associations and our condominiums in South Shore. We've been on the ground for over 10 years, and I can tell you now that the funds are going into the right place. And we thank you for listening to us on where these funds should go, and we thank you for our automatic support for these things. And we want to see how once this pilot is over, what other things that we can do to spread it abroad outside of the MMRP designated area. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Free. Our next speaker is Dr. Carol Adams.
Good morning to the esteemed members of the City Council of Chicago, to the Honorable Mayor of the City of Chicago, Mayor Lori Lightfoot, who put forth an ordinance today that will help bring stability and restoration to South Shore and peace of mind to hundreds of families whose investments and allegiance helped shape this beautiful lakefront African-American community, a neighborhood that is unique in the United States of America. I'm Carol Adams, and I'm a long-term resident of South Shore and the founder and co-leader of South Shore Works. A core segment of home ownership in South Shore is represented by owners of its condos and co-ops. These properties, many of them vintage and some with landmark status, contribute to the neighborhood aesthetic and to the very fiber and stability of the community. And their residents are known for their civic engagement, cultural contributions, commitment to social justice, and devotion to the neighborhood. I'm a condo owner that purchased my unit in the Cranston in 1970, and I still have neighbors who were there when I got there. Others who are here, they are here both present and virtually. Many of the condo owners in South Shore have comparable longevity. We are here to speak to the need for the financial support that assures we're able to maintain and remain in the homes that we have lovingly cared for decades. We are not here because we have mismanaged our finances or don't want to pay our own way or don't pay our own way, but because of a combination of circumstances that puts us at risk of being overrun by vulture capitalists who want to acquire these beautiful buildings and convert them into high-cost rental properties. Among these reasons are the lack of bank and lending institutions who would provide loans to condo owners and associations, undervalued appraisals of our property that also impacts us, rising costs of construction, the upgrades that need to be happening because of recent quality and life safety concerns expressed by the city. All these modifications for vintage buildings that are prohibitively expensive, something that might be far cheaper in a normal building. In some of our buildings, they have to start from the beginning to actually fabricate parts and all of those things that it takes. It is not uncommon for a roof to cost $600,000, a tuck pointing a similar amount of money, and special assessments to that tune for residents who are on fixed incomes, who are seniors, is often prohibitive. And so we ask for your support for the South Shore Condo and Co-op Ordinance, and remind you that when you vote affirmatively for that measure, you are also voting to say yes to senior homeowners being able to stay in their homes. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, our aldermen, for your support.
Thank you, Dr. Adams, for your comments. Our next speaker is Adrian Jones. Ms. Jones, thank you very much for your comments. However, your time has expired. Our next speaker is Karia Harden. Kiera. Thank you, Ms. Harden, for your comments. Our next speaker is Jordan Parker.
That's really important because federal studies found that people struck by motorists driving 30 miles per hour, Chicago's default speed limit, usually survive. However, those struck at 39 miles per hour, which would be allowed in 30 zones under Alderman Beal's ordinance, almost always die. Voting to allow deadly speeds would be particularly wrong-headed during the current nationwide spike in traffic fatalities, which has been exacerbated in Chicago by factors like the car theft epidemic. This issue really hit home for me earlier this month when Hannah Hayes, a writer, teacher, and activist who campaigned for Mayor Harold Washington, whose husband is a relative of mine, was killed in Bronzeville by the driver of a stolen car who fled the scene. And it would be downright irresponsible for alderpersons to send a message to motorists that breaking the speed limit by 9 miles per hour is no big deal, in light of the fact that speeding and negligent drivers struck and killed 4 Chicago children last month. City council members, I ask you to do the right thing.
Mr. Greenfield,
and vote no.
Mr. Greenfield, thank you very much for your comments. However, your time has expired. Your Honor, the time allotted for the public comment period has expired.
This concludes the public comment period. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, are resolutions. We have 2 resolutions today. First is a resolution congratulating Chuck Laverty on the occasion of his retirement as Secretary Treasurer of the Laborers District Council and President of Laborers Local 1092. And second, a resolution honoring Officer Kevin Gibbons, Walter Labaz, and Mario Iguanti for heroically stopping a home invasion in their neighborhood. We'll do the Chuck Laverty resolution first. And ladies and gentlemen, in the box, aside from Mr. Laverty, is his wife, Tracy, and other relatives, Marion Laverty, Vincent Laverty, Dominic Laverty, Alini Laverty, Mario Laverty, Francesca Laverty, Gianna Laverty. The Laverty. Just the Laverty. A whole lot of Lavertys in the house. Andrea Bastian, Deborah Fragamini, Diane Gross, Joseph Healy, Al Sacramento, Phyllis Holliday, and Terry Healy. Would any members of the body like to speak to this resolution? The chair recognizes Alderman Raboyos.
Thank you, Madam President. I too stand in support of this resolution. Chuck, I remember as if it was today, about 30 years ago, my dad introducing us on the street when we were working for the water department. Your knowledge and your ability to address negotiations. Hello. Your knowledge and your ability to
Alderman Raboyos, pardon me, I skipped a step in my enthusiasm for celebrating the career of Mr. Laverty. The chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell.
And I move for the temporary suspension of the rules, temporary suspension of the rules for the immediate consideration of these resolutions.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. The chair goes back to Alderman Raboyos. Pardon me.
That was just a practice. Chuck, I remember my dad introducing us about 30 years ago at a water site, as I said earlier. But your knowledge and your ability to address negotiations that was instrumental for the future of all municipal employees will certainly be missed. The fact that you took the time to oversee and yourself as a person on a personal level shows not only your dedication to public service, but as you define your professionalism that you are. Somehow, I don't think you're just gonna retire and go away. But you're saying yes. We'll see that. I want to thank you and your family for sharing you with us for the past 35 years or so. But the fact is that you will truly be missed. I want to thank your family and yourself. And as my dad would say, God bless you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Raboyos. The chair recognizes Alderman Quinn.
Madam President, Chuck, congratulations. You're a great Chicagoan. I'm proud to know you. I'm proud to call you a friend. I wish you all the best on behalf of all the residents of the 13th Ward. Thanks, Chuck.
Thank you, Alderman Quinn. The chair recognizes Alderman Cardenas.
Thank you, Madam President. I too joined this resolution. Who doesn't know Chuck? And what a great family, beautiful family you have, Chuck. Thank you for your fine work. We'll miss you, and I hope that you don't go too far. Congrats again.
Thank you, Alderman Cardenas. The chair recognizes Alderman Smith.
I just wanted to say thank you for all the work that you've done. It's very important that all the working men and women of Chicago have a voice, and you have been their voice for such a long time. Congratulations.
Thank you, Alderman Smith. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris.
Madam President, I too rise to be associated with this resolution. Chuck, you have been an awesome leader. You have represented the people and the laborers. Unlike no one else, you've been that champion for them forever. And I can say that because it seems like for my entire career. So I thank you, Chuck, and your lovely wife and your children and your mom's here today. She needs to know what we think of you and how valuable you've been to us. And so we appreciate all your hard work, all your commitment to us and to our communities and to the working men and women. So today, on behalf of the working men and women that live in the 8th Ward, we say thank you for your commitment and your love and your dedication to a job that you well done. So thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Smith. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Mitz.
Thank you, Madam President. I too rise in support of this resolution.
Oh.
Chuck, glad to see that you are retiring, knowing when to get out and pass the torch. So I just wanted to share with you, one thing we miss is the local 1001's Christmas parties. I got to tell you, they've been missed for many years. And unfortunately, hopefully it'll get passed on. But I do want to remind you the conversation we had in the back. I don't like to see that one-man truck out there and the men and women's out there doing that work. So that's something we need to work on to make sure, being a member of Local 1001, I have to always think of the work that's involved, and in order to do a good job, we just need to put that on the radar to work with. So thank you so much, and to your family, we appreciate all the years. Just so you know, I've been an alderman for 23 years, and before I was an alderman, I was a member of Local 1001 and have came up in that family through all this time. So we certainly appreciate the work that you all do and the support that you give the members within the Local 1001. So thank you to the family. Thank you for your service. Looking forward to working along with the next leader for 1001, and congratulations.
Thank you, Alderwoman Mitz. The chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Over here, Chuck. Thank you, Madam President. I too stand to be associated with this resolution. I'd like to congratulate Mr. Valverde on his retirement, commend his leadership and impressive career. A trailblazer in the public sector fighting for collective bargaining rights, Chuck's life's work has been defined by critical moments that were for the greater good as a whole. Throughout his many titles, Chuck has placed priority upon service and sacrifice for his fellow union brothers and sisters. At the same time, he has found energy and drive to give back to the community through his support in countless nonprofit organizations. And I think that the nonprofit organizations is something that really impresses me, because of the fact that we understand that being a union president takes a lot of work, and it takes a lot of time from your family, but you still saw the selflessness to make sure that you were still working with not-for-profits organizations. So commend you on your retirement and enjoy your retirement, sir. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Villegas. The chair recognizes Alderman Spizzato.
Thank you, Madam President. I too support this resolution. Chuck, congratulations on your retirement. Best wishes to you and your family. I don't know if you saw this resolution or not, Chuck. You got a chance to read it. It's repeatedly calling you Charles in here. I don't even know if your mother ever called you Charles. So somehow, some way they kept calling you Charles. But I just want to wish you the best. You're a true friend to us, many of us. You're a true friend of labor, to men and women in labor. I myself am 44 years now, proud and active union member. I never bothered you much because your guy back there, Joe, is my go-to guy all the time. So, but I just appreciate all you do for everybody, and just want to wish you the best. And like I say, I too don't believe we're going to just be sitting back and doing nothing. Somehow, some way, it's just hard to walk away. But best wishes to you and your family. Thank you for everything you've done for the working men and women of the laborers union, and also for us. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Sposato. The chair recognizes Alderman Curtis.
President, I too rise to support this resolution. Chuck, job well done. Congratulations. It's been a pleasure working with you all of these years. I still don't believe you're going anywhere. You've been around, and that Laverde name has been there for a long time. So best wishes on your retirement or whatever that next chapter is going to be. Because like I say, you still got a lot of energy left. So congratulations, and congratulations to your family. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Curtis. The chair recognizes Alderman O'Shea.
Thank you, Madam President. I too rise in support of this resolution, honoring the career and the impact of such a dedicated leader. Chuck Laverde is a constituent of the 19th Ward and a good friend. In 2010, as I was pondering running for office, he was one of my first phone calls. And from the very start, he offered words of wisdom, guidance, strong advice, and he never had the fear of telling me exactly what I was doing wrong. Literally, in real time. During my first campaign, he gave me a crash course in labor relations and pension funding and navigating this building. And it was important information to have, and I'll always remember that. Thank you. Throughout the years, I've been lucky enough to use you as a resource. If a hot issue came up, of which there are many in this body, I always knew I could get blunt, honest feedback, and you'd look me in the eye and you'd tell me it. And I think everybody would agree in this room, we could certainly use more of that in this world these days. Chuck started working at the water department back in 1977, which, you know, 8 is Enough was in prime time television then. Star Wars came out. Since that time, Chuck has served in various leadership roles, including most recently President of Labor's Local 1092 and Secretary Treasurer of the District Council. As a trustee of the Chicago and Labor's District Council Training and Apprenticeship Fund, he and other trustees, they built a state-of-the-art facility here in the city of Chicago. This facility has been extremely successful with hundreds and hundreds of apprentices from all communities. You know, there's a lot of things that I would guess Chuck would be proud of. His membership is more than 50% African-American, 25% Latino. That you should be very proud of. We should all recognize. Some of the work he's most proud of, though, I would guess would be back in 2008, Chuck and some of his colleagues and fellow trustees decided that they needed to start a laborers charitable foundation. In that time, all across our city, they have supported organizations with more than $3 million in donations. I've been lucky enough to jump into Lake Michigan with Chuck at the annual Chicago Polar Plunge in support of Special Olympics. I'd also like to recognize his partner, Tracy. Now, many of you guys know Tracy from being here in the building. She was always the court reporter for Committee on Zoning for many, many years. A true partnership. And your beautiful family. Vincent, Dominic, Lenny, Francesca, Gianna. Thank you. Oh, and Mario, I'm sorry. Mario's a bit of the prodigal son. We can get into that a little later. Chuck's sisters are here with us today, and Chuck's mom's here today. How proud you must be. You raised a wonderful family, all of whom gave back. Thank you for sharing them with us. Chuck, I'd just like to close in saying, thanks for everything, buddy. And enjoy your family, enjoy this next chapter. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman O'Shea. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Madam President. So we have you to blame for him now, I see. But no, first off, the work that you've done, you go back to 1977 with the city. At the time, I was in diapers then. But nonetheless, the work that you've done, and I always talk to my wife when I mentioned that you were up today for a resolution and about her work in pension land and some of the challenges that are not only our workers face, but we as a country face, and the work that you guys have done to help bring solid, decent living after work to many of our citizens here in the city and most of our workers is to be commended. And we thank you for the leadership that you have taken, not just today, but throughout time, as Matt has so eloquently talked about in your roles, various roles with the city and also with the union. And we just wanted to rise on behalf of the 28th Ward and also my wife, City Treasurer, to just thank you for your service. And thank you for all that you've done to help make a better life for a lot of folks in the city. As he talked about the labor pool of predominantly African-American workers in the city, or a great debt of gratitude to the leadership that you brought to this community. Thank you, President. God bless you.
Thank you, Alderman Irvin. The chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano.
Thank you, Madam President. I too rise in support of this resolution to Mr. Laverty. What a career you've had. Your representation is to protect the working rights of men and women, and I tip my hat to that. I had a great pleasure of meeting you, sir, when I ran in 2014 and 2015. And something that you said's always stuck. It was very simple. It was, kid, whether or not people are with you or not, if you're fighting for the right thing, that's all that matters. And to this day, I something that my dad had said to me, and people like you are who someone like I look up to. And I appreciate what you've done for many, many men and women in the workforce. And that's why I support this today. Congratulations. Enjoy it, sir. Enjoy it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Napolitano. The chair recognizes Alderman Osterman.
Thank you, Madam President. Chuck, I join my colleagues in congratulating you on just an outstanding career. And you have represented men and women incredibly well in labor. You've been a labor leader, but you've been a Chicago leader on a whole host of issues. And government really works when labor, business, government officials work side by side together and solve big problems. And you've always been a problem solver. There's a lot of people that want to hold press conferences, and you do a lot of the work behind the scenes to get things done, to make our city a better place for those in unions, but those who are not in unions. And I also really want to recognize, in addition to your work as a union leader and raising a beautiful family, a big, beautiful family, what you gave back to nonprofit organizations. If Sister Rosemary was here, she'd give you a big hug. And I know, as I know Sister Rosemary from Misericordia, she will not let you go off into the sunset without a lot of volunteer work. But in addition to that, Mercy Boys and Girls Club, Special Olympics, Hope of Children's, and a lot of other organizations. In your busy schedule, you have touched many, many lives, and we're all happy for you. And we know you're going to continue to do great work, but God bless and thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Osterman. The chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Madam President. Chuck, I just wanted to rise to congratulate you on a job well done. I appreciate all your years of friendship and guidance. And, the city is a better place because of people like yourself. And one of the things I'm going to miss, and hopefully it doesn't go too far away, is that smile and that laugh, because, you always light up a room when you come in because you're always laughing and always smiling. So thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you, Alderman Beal. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Hairston.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the City Council. I too rise in support of this resolution and to say congratulations. So over a little over 2 decades, and I never stopped to think about what your first name was because it was always Chuck Laverty, as if it was one word. So I didn't know Charles, and when I looked up here, I'm like, Chuck Laverty. Oh, so I want to thank you for all of your tireless work that you have given over the years, and for diversifying and really listening to what we are saying and what we are asking, and actually finding a way of getting it done. And you have done that over and over and over again. And I truly appreciate that, especially coming from the land of sinkholes and landfill. You know, my challenges over the years have been many, and we've always found a way to work them out. But what also sticks out is your commitment to young people. And that was very important to me with our Trimasters Kids Triathlon. You were always there as a supporter. One thing about you, you always show up and you always support. So I want to thank you for that. I wish you congratulations and best health. And I hope that you and Tracy and your family enjoy your time, because you're not going to really get any time off. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Hairston. The chair recognizes Alderman Brookins.
Madam President, Chuck and Tracy, Tracy and Chuck. I want to thank you all for nearly 20 years. My kids grew up at your house in a pilgrimage every Halloween to get that fantastic candy and that great warm reception that you gave us. So Matt, don't stop Halloween again. Maybe I can have some grandkids and we can still come and see Chuck and Tracy. But I just want to thank you for all that you've done in your public life and helping people and helping people get jobs and pushing them towards the labor unions. Godspeed, Chuck, and whatever you do. We just wish you all the best for the rest of your life, and hopefully it'll be prosperous, long, and successful. God bless you.
Thank you, Alderman Brookins. The chair recognizes Alderman Riley.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd also like to rise in support of this resolution. Chuck, it's been a pleasure working with you over the last 20 years, and you always know where you stand with Chuck Laverty. And I just think I disappointed you once and never did again on purpose. But I want to just echo all the eloquent comments made today by my colleagues, and also the comments made by Alderman O'Shea, that you have really been valued partner here at City Hall, and we're going to miss your counsel. I know that Local 1092 in Liuna will as well. So to you and Tracy, congratulations, and the entire family. Sorry, Alderman Reboyras. Chuck has made it very clear that he plans on doing some extensive traveling this year, and then maybe he'll come back and see us. So congratulations and Godspeed.
Thank you, Alderman Riley. The chair recognizes Alderman Garza.
Thank you, Madam President. I too would like to be associated with this resolution. Chuck, congratulations. You have a beautiful family. Now you get to go and enjoy them all. After a couple of days, you're going to say, what the heck was I thinking? But it takes some time to get used to, I think, because you've been such a hard worker for such a long time. But I want to say thank you to your family for sharing your dad, your uncle, your son with us, your partner. You have always been a man of integrity, a man of your word. The rank and file is lucky to have a leader, was lucky to have a leader like you. You are few and far between. So congratulations on your retirement. Go forth and prosper.
Thank you, Alderman Garza. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning, members of the City Council. Chuck, to you and to your entire family and to the extended family of Liuna, I just want to say thank you for your service. Thank you for clearing the way for so many who we've heard about today, and for helping so many of us be a part of this room to say thank you in person. Thank you, Tracy, as well, for the added bonus of getting to see you today. And I hope you enjoy the next chapter on behalf of the residents that I represent and all of us who have had the opportunity to be touched by your presence. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Lopez. The chair recognizes Alderman Burnett.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I also like to stand in support of this resolution. Chuck, we're gonna miss you, man. You know, we go way back. Matter of fact, I used to hang out with your dad over in Marco D'Amico's office back in the day, and we miss him so much. But you were a chip off the block, man. You had a lot of class in dealing with everyone, not only your workers, but also the elected officials. You know, whatever the challenges were, you would get to the heart of the challenge and like, hey, come on, Alderman, let's make some sense of this. Let's make this happen. We can make this work. What can we do to make this work? You know, and it's always good to be able to work with somebody like that who just get down and just make sense on what's going on and do what's right for people, for both sides, and you understand both sides. So we really appreciate it. Of course, you know, we've always had the pleasure of working with your wife, who is very humble, who we never really knew was your wife because she was always so very humble about it. And your boys, you're bringing them up right. You know, they're doing a great job right now. Your one son who's working with the union represents you well. You taught him well. So your legacy will continue. Your dad's legacy will continue. We appreciate all of your contributions to all of the workers, not only for the city of Chicago, but throughout the city. Thank you very much. You've done a fantastic job and we honor you. Congratulations to you.
Thank you, Alderman Burnett. Are there any other members of the body that wish to speak? The chair recognizes Alderman Burke.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm sorry that I'm a little bit late, Chuck, but I didn't want to have the opportunity pass without adding a word or two. The Burkes and the Verdis have been friends for generations. And what an honor it has been to share in that friendship. I just told him when I walked past that he's too young to retire, but we all recognize that, and I'm sure that that's not something that's in his future. It can be said, I think, and rightfully so, that a man can be told by the company he keeps. And so many of the members this morning have referred to his work with Sister Rosemary and Misericordia, and with Special Olympics, and with Mercy Home, and all these good causes. You know, in law school, I'm sure your son will remind you, Chuck, that we learned a phrase in first year law school, a Latin phrase that is sui generis. Translation is one of a kind. I don't think that we could pay you a better compliment, Chuck, than to say that you indeed are sui generis, one of a kind. May God continue to bless you and yours with good health, success, happiness, and peace. You are really, even though you're a bum, we know that Misericordia recognized you in 2015 as a bum, a high honor. You're probably the first bum that's sui generis. Congratulations.
Thank you, Alderman Burke. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. I haven't had the honor of meeting you until today. I still haven't met you, but I would be remiss in not standing in support of this resolution and acknowledging and recognizing the work of the Laborers Union and your contributions, and that we're neighbors, and that the 11th Ward has been your home, and that so many of our residents are members of your union. So thank you on behalf of all of the residents of the 11th Ward for your many years and decades of service, and for all the groundwork that you laid for generations ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman Lee. Any other members of the body that wish to speak? Chuck, I will just join with what I think is a chorus of well-wishers for you. It's an incredible testament to the integrity that you bring to the job, the work that you've done over the years. And I will echo some of the comments that were made. I met you, I think, in April of 2019, when lots of things were happening in my life, and you and the other folks stepped to the table and gave support at a time that was crucial and have been there with me every step of the way. I think the thing that I admire most about you and your union is the way in which you understand that to be a great Chicago union, you have to have representation from every neighborhood. And the laborers union in particular stands out among a few that have the diversity that I think is really representative and important for our union. All of our residents need to have the opportunity to be able to live their best lives. And you can't do that without economic opportunity. And you all understand that without any question. I appreciate all the work that you've done. Now, I said to your wife, do you have your list? She said no. And I'm thinking, Tracy, you got to get that list going. But we wish you the best. And I would just want to say personally, thank you so much for all you've done, your counsel, your support. Wish you many, many years of happy retirement in the next chapter. It's a beautiful thing to have your family here and present, particularly your mother and your wife and your kids, to hear what Dad has been doing and the impact that you have had on the lives of so many. That's a blessing. So I wish you the best. Happy retirement. Thank you for being here. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, is a second resolution honoring Officer Kevin Gibbons, Walter Labatz, and Mario Iguanati for bravely stopping a home invasion in their neighborhood. We'll wait for them to come into the box. Well, in following with our tradition, I will not read the entirety of the resolution. I think for context, for some who may not be aware of the facts, what I will tell you is that on March 3rd of this year, Amanda Johnson was at her home in Edison Park while her two children, ages 6 and 4, were asleep in their beds. Ms. Johnson heard a loud bang at her front door. She went to investigate the noise and discovered a male intruder had broken the glass on her front door and was attempting to unlock the door and gain entry. What followed then was Officer Gibbons, Mr. Labatz, and Mr. Iguanati then forced their way into the locked door and gained access to the home. They quickly subdued the offender, handcuffed him, and held him until the police arrived and placed the offender in custody. So it is that heroic act that we are honoring here today. I believe that this resolution was brought forth by Alderman Napolitano. Are there any members of the body that wish to speak? And Alderman Napolitano, I'll save you for last. Any other members that wish to speak? Alderman Napolitano. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Let's go with Alderman Spizzato. Apologies.
Thank you, Madam President. I support this resolution. Thank you, Madam President. I support this resolution. I just want to congratulate the gentleman here. I had a similar experience in July of 1980. Basically, my neighbor was screaming out on the street and was coming home, and we heard screaming, and we chased somebody down. And I have to tell you, it was a pretty damn good experience. So things were a little different in 1980. There was a little bit of street justice involved. Of course, nowadays you can't do that kind of stuff. But basically, we don't know what would have happened here had it not been for your heroic efforts. So I just want to thank you for stepping up and doing what you did. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Spizzato. The chair recognizes Alderman Curtis.
President, I too rise to support this resolution. Mario, look like we're gonna have to get a uniform for you. Kudos to all three of you. It's good when you can help out a neighbor, especially when they're screaming. Normally people hear calls of help and they run the other direction. You guys did exactly what you was groomed and built for, and that was run to it. Congratulations to all three of you, and may the best is yet to come. Thank you so much for your service. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Curtis. The chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Madam President. I too rise to be associated with this resolution. Community, empathy, and action are essential for maintaining safety within our communities. This resolution reminds us how important it is to be there for our community and provide meaningful support when needed most. I commend the action of these men and applaud them for their bravery and selflessness to rise in a moment of true need to help Mrs. Johnson. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, Alderman Villegas. The chair recognizes Alderman Gardner.
I too rise in support of this resolution. Mario, if you want to raise your hand there, I worked with Mario many years on the west side of Chicago as a fireman. Just so we're all well aware, Mario is one of the worst cooks on the fire department. Just kidding, Mario, you excellent cook. We shared many meals together. I had no idea how athletic you were until I read this resolution. But I commend all of your efforts. As Alderman Spizzato had mentioned, there's nothing wrong with a little street justice once in a while, and you guys made sure that stays true. So we thank you very much for your efforts and for keeping your neighbors safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Gardner. The chair recognizes Alderman Taliaferro.
I too rise in support of this resolution. And want to thank each of the officers and Mari. Well, I'll just use the first name because I can't pronounce some of the last name. I particularly want to just say Kevin, Walter, and Mario. Thank you so much for being heroes. When Ms. Johnson needed you most, you were there. You stepped up to the plate and you were a hero. So thank you so much for saving her and her family. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Taliaferro. Any other members of the body wish to speak to this? Sorry, chair recognizes Alderwoman Lee.
Thank you, Madam President, and I also stand in support of this resolution. Gentlemen, I don't know you. I know your story, and I thank you and I honor you for your contribution to your neighbor. When I was a teenager, I was at my grandmother's house in Chinatown, the building where I live now, and I heard a couple yelling at each other outside. And I looked out the window to see that the man was manhandling this woman and had his hands around her neck. And I ran outside with the cell phone because there's no way I was going to be able to do what you guys did. But I had a neighbor that shooed me back inside that said, "Go back inside, don't get involved." I said, "He's out here killing her. How can you stand here and watch?" I just think that we need more people like yourselves, heroes and good neighbors, that just don't walk by these things and see them happen. As a single mom, my kids aren't as young as this woman's children were, but to know that there are neighbors like you that can't walk past something like that and will do something and take action, I think you're role models for the kind of community that we want to build in the city of Chicago. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman Lee. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Madam President. And again, just want to echo some of the comments that have been made. But one thing that I noticed is that the gentleman sits here with a black uniform on from a department outside of the city of Chicago. And we have one of our finest here as well. And we would like to see if we can trade that uniform for that uniform, because we need great people, and the work that you've done in your own community is the type of work we want to see from members of the Chicago Police Department. So I don't know what and how, but I think we see people lateraling out of our department into other places. We need to create a program where people can lateral in to the Chicago Police Department so that we can get more good quality people that live in our city, instead of them going outside of the city to do the great work that needs to be done in the city of Chicago. So just want to add that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Irvin. Any other members? Alderwoman Mitz.
Madam President, I too rise in support of this resolution. I think it was a great gesture and an act that you were able to assist the lady, but you just don't know. It could have been worse with the kids being in the house asleep. I was reading the resolution and saw that there were children still in the house. So a situation could have turned even worse, but because of your heroic effort and the act that you presented at the time, really saved the situation from turning in another direction. And also and holding the offender until the police was able to get there was really incredible. And really thank you for that work that was done. And we really appreciate good people standing up and doing the things that are act of kindness and act of good and all of those good things. So continue to do so, and God bless you all and your families. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman Mitz. Anyone else who wishes to speak? Alderman, the chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano.
Thank you, Madam President. I too rise in support of this resolution. I'd like to thank you for supporting it, as well as my colleagues. I probably write more at about a 7th grade level, so the resolution doesn't do justice of what happened that day. And briefly, what happened too is Miss Johnson was pregnant with 2 small children in the house at the time. Home alone, her husband was away on work. This individual, this offender, threw a brick through the front window. And when Miss Johnson came down to protect her home when she was by herself, the offender actually ended up fighting with her and threw her out of her own house and locked the door behind. This poor young mother of 2 with 1 on the way probably had every worst thought in her mind going on while her 2 children sat in that house. Probably didn't know what to do other than be a strong mother and fight. And that's exactly what she did. She sustained injuries. But the better part is the most incredible neighborhood in the city of Chicago, which I believe is the Northwest Side and 41st Ward. We have 3 individuals who all wear uniforms, and not one of them was wearing it that day, which means they never turn it off. The switch is always on to react. The switch is always on to help. The switch is always on to put service and duty to others ahead of their own safety and ahead of their own lives. And they took action. From blocks away, they heard a woman screaming. Not even sure what it was, but they took action and they reacted. And because of it, we have possibly still 3, now 4 individuals who are still alive. Our community couldn't be more thankful for you choosing to live there and to be a part of it and guaranteeing to protect it when you're not in uniform. I love you. Your neighbors love you. Your community loves you. Your city loves you. We'll always have your back, even if your uniform's not on. But thank you for always being willing to react when maybe others won't. And I really, really appreciate everybody that supported this resolution. And thank you. Thank you for choosing 41. God bless you all. Please be safe. Keep your uniform because you're doing the Lord's work somewhere else, and that's all that matters. You too, keep your uniform. Don't leave. Stay right where you're at. You're loved. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Napolitano. I too join in support of this resolution. Gentlemen, you met a woman on her worst day when she was terrified and injured and fearing for the safety of her children. And as Alderman Napolitano eloquently said, you ran towards the danger to help her, not knowing exactly what the circumstances were or what you were encountering. But that woman and her family will never forget you because of your heroism. And it's a great thing for this body to be honoring you, incredible public servants, but also fundamentally great neighbors, great humanitarians, to go forth and do good in your neighborhood. And on top of the work that you do every day in service to our city and surrounding neighborhoods. So I just want to say thank you on behalf of the entire city. I want to thank Alderman Napolitano for bringing your heroic deeds to the attention of this body, and we wish you Godspeed. Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Madam President. Before we go back to the regular order of business, wanted to take an opportunity to recognize a great servant on the west side of Chicago, Miss Bernetta Howell Barrett, congratulate her on her 90th birthday. And just a little tidbit about her. She's a former commissioner for what is now the Department of Business Affairs and Consumer Protections back in the 80s under the Harold Washington administration, and is actually, from a historical standpoint, one of the first African-American women that I know from the west side of Chicago that has run for Congress. And part of the political lineage and the fruit of the tree that I'm from, she is at the top of, and being one of the staunch independents on the west side of Chicago back in the 60s when it was not popular. A lot of people came out of that movement, and I'm part of it today. So I wanted to congratulate Miss Bernetta Howell Barrett and congratulate her on her 90th birthday, and wish her Godspeed and God bless you from the members of the City Council. And again, thank you for joining us today, Ms. Barrett. God bless you.
It recognizes Alderman Mitchell.
President, I move the passage of these resolutions in the omnibus.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
I now move we return to the regular order of business.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, is communications. Madam Clerk.
Communications from our honor the mayor to the honorable the city council, city of Chicago. Ladies and gentlemen, the request the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the issuance of tax exempt revenue bonds for the Teachers Village Chicago project. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith ordinances authorizing the execution of intergovernmental agreements with the Chicago Park District to provide TIF funding for various park improvements. Your favorable consideration of the ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of a Neighborhood Opportunity Fund grant agreement with Motorworks Chicago LTD. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Budget Director, I transmit herewith a Fund 925 amendment. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing a Class 7A tax incentive status for property located at 517 West 111th Street. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Human Relations, I transmit herewith an ordinance amending Section 6-10-025 of the Municipal Code regarding gender identity option and city documentation. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the sale of city-owned properties. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Public Health, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of a long-term access agreement with Commonwealth Edison. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Business Affairs and Consumer Protection, I transmit here an ordinance amending sections 9-12-600 of the Municipal Code regarding fuel surcharge. Favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Business Affairs and Consumer Protection, I transmit here with an ordinance regarding the operation of personal delivery devices. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance would be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing right-of-way acquisition for the Columbus Avenue Belt Railway of Chicago grade separation project. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance would be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here with an ordinance vacating some public streets and alleys for expansion of the Norfolk Southern Railroad Company. Favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Two committees called. I will go to rules. Ladies and gentlemen, I have appointed Claudette Soto as a member of the Chicago Plan Commission for a term effective immediately and expiring January 25th, 2027, to succeed Teresa L. Cordova, whose term has expired. Your favorable consideration of this appointment will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, I have appointed Danielle Tillman as a member of the Chicago Plan Commission for term effective immediately and expiring January 25th, 2026, to succeed Linda A. Searle, whose term has expired. Favorable consideration of this appointment will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Economic and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here with appointments to various special service areas. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, I have reappointed Mighty H. Hamilton as Commissioner of the Chicago Park District for a term effective immediately and expiring June 30th, 2027. 2027. Your favorable consideration of this appointment will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Special Events, Cultural Affairs, and Recreation. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here with appointments of Chicago Plan Commission. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here with appointments to the Commission on Chicago Landmarks. Your favorable consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor. For the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. More? Claudette Soto is a member of the Chicago Plan Commission for a term effective immediately and expiring January 25th, 2027, to succeed Teresa L. Cordova, whose term has expired. Will go to refer to the Committee on Zoning. Danielle Tillman is a member of the Chicago Plan Commission for a term effective immediately and expiring January 25th, 2026, to succeed Linda A. Searle, whose term expired. Will go to the Committee on Zoning. I, City Clerk Anna Valencia, hereby inform the City Council that the following documents were filed in my office relating to the respective subjects designated as follows. Funding loan notification of City of Chicago multifamily housing revenue note series 2022 Chicago Lighthouse Residence for project. Amendment number 3 to tax increment financing eligibility study redevelopment plan and project for Homeman Arthington redevelopment project area. Amendment number 3 to tax increment financing redevelopment project and plan for 79th Street corridor project area. Certification of city funding requirement for laborers and retirement board employees annuity and benefit fund of Chicago for tax levy year 2021, payment year 2024, Office of Inspector General second quarter report for year 2022. I, City Clerk Valencia, also inform the City Council that all those matters which were considered by the City Council at the regular meeting held on June 22nd, 2022, which were required by statute to be published in book or pamphlet form, or one or more newspapers will be published in pamphlet form on July 20th, 2022 by being printed in full text and printed pamphlet copies of the journal proceedings of the City Council of the City of Chicago. I, City Clerk Valencia, also transmit here with the following miscellaneous communications and reports requiring City Council action. Zoning reclassifications of particular areas which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, and claims against the City of Chicago which referred to the Committee on Finance. Your Honor, that concludes the reports and communications from the mayor and other city officers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next up, committee reports, starting with the Committee on Finance, Chairman Wagasback.
Thank you, Madam President. Reporting for the City Council's Committee on Finance, which met virtually on July 18, 2022. We have about 38 items on the regular agenda. Item number 1 is the communication recommending a proposed substitute ordinance concerning the authority to issue multifamily housing bonds and additional financing assistance for Auburn Gresham Apartments LP for the acquisition, leasing, construction, development, and equipping of low and moderate income facilities and rental units located at 832 to 834 West 79th Street and in the 17th Ward. If there is no one wishing to speak, I move to concur with the committee's favorable recommendation by a roll call vote.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Voting is now open. Please vote from your device. Remember to hit refresh and cast your vote. If you have any issues, please raise your hand, but the voting is now open. Hit refresh and cast your vote. Lawanda.
Anyone else needing assistance? Alderwoman Mitz?
Yeah.
Alderman.
Any alderman in the annex, please come to vote. The voting is now open. Hit refresh and remember to hit cast your vote. He's doing it now. Hold on. Yep, hold on. Alderman Burke. Good. All right, yours is in there. Yours is in there. All right, Alderman Beal will take a voice vote. Alderman Beal, yes. Alderman Beal is voting yes. Alderman Cardenas is not in his chair. She's up there. Oh. Alderman Mitz, vote yes. Alderman Mitz is a yes. Alderman Brookins is a yes. Alderman Brookins, you have to hit present. So you were here recorded first. Okay, Alderman Brookins is good. All right, the voting is now closed.
The yeas are 47, the nays are 0. Alderman Kappelman on the motion for reconsideration.
Madam President, I move to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the motion for reconsideration signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. The nays have it. The motion for reconsideration fails. Chairman Wagus, back to you.
Thank you, Madam President. Item 2 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to issue multifamily housing bonds and additional financing assistance for Barbara Jean Wright Preservation LP for the acquisition, development, and equipping of multifamily low-income housing at the Barbara Jean Wright Court Apartments located at 1354 South Morgan Street in the 11th and 25th wards. Unless there's anyone wishes to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider. Item number 3 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to amend the Roosevelt Square 3B ordinance to reflect restructuring availability of financing or financial funding types, including increased Series A and Series B multifamily housing mortgage revenue bonds, and separating projects as bond projects, market rate project, and/or museum rehabilitation project located at various residential buildings between Maxwell Street, Morgan Street, 14th Place, Racine Avenue, and Blue Island Avenue in the 25th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Madam President, item number 4 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to issue language of intent to issue multifamily housing revenue bonds to Austin United Alliance Development Company, LLC, Heartland Housing Incorporated for construction of mixed income housing located at 5224 West Chicago Avenue in the 37th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 5 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute a redevelopment agreement and sale agreement with Englewood Connect LLC, including partial right-of-way vacation of South Green Street and provision of financial assistance of city funds and tax increment financing funds totaling $6 million for Englewood Mall redevelopment project located at 6204 South Green Street in the 16th Ward. I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Madam President, item number 6 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute a redevelopment agreement and provision of Chicago Recovery Fund Community Development Grant and Tax Increment Financing Funds and assistance totaling $1.2 million to Sputnik Coffee for land acquisition and construction located at 4743 South Tallman Avenue in the 15th Ward. If there's no one wishing to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 7 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute a redevelopment agreement and provision of neighborhood opportunity funds and tax increment financing assistance totaling $851,150 to Dreams Realty and Design Incorporated, doing business as Dior Realty Group Incorporated, for renovation to office space for the property located at 834 to 840 East 87th Street in the 8th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 8 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to amend the redevelopment agreement with Our Revival Chicago LLC, Our Revival Chicago Operating Company LLC, Southside Revival NFP for the Remova Theater project located at 3518 South Halsted Street in the 11th Ward. If there's no one wishing to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Madam President, item 9 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to amend the Canal Congress tax increment financing redevelopment project and plan regarding statutory requirements of project completion and debt obligation retirement. If there's no one wishing to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 10 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $1.660 million for main building exterior envelope renovation and window replacement at Hanson Park Elementary School located at 5411 West Fullerton in the 36th Ward. If there's no one wishing to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
1 second, Madam Chair. Madam President, item number 11 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $11,510,000 for a full roof replacement and targeted masonry repairs at Hope Institute Learning Academy located at 1628 West Washington Boulevard in the 27th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 12 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $3,740,000 for a new elevator, new ADA compliant restrooms, and certain masonry repairs at Charles N. Holden Elementary School located at 1104 West 31st Street in the 11th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak on this matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote, the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 13 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $2,860,000 for full replacement of the plumbing systems at Franklin Elementary Fine Arts Center located at 225 West Evergreen Avenue in the 27th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 14 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $2,400,000 for certain field and track redevelopments, access road construction, and drainage infrastructure at Comeka Academy of Fine Arts and Dual Language located at 3456 West 38th Street in the 12th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 15 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $1,845,000 for replacement of mechanical systems at Southside Occupational Academy High School, located at 7342 South Hoyne Avenue in the 17th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Madam President, item 16 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $6,952,000 for full roof replacement, masonry repairs, and replacement of plumbing, mechanical, and fire alarm systems at George Manier Elementary School located at 1420 North Hudson Avenue in the 27th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 17 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $2 million for the full roof replacement and targeted masonry repairs at Henry R. Clissold Elementary School located at 2350 West 110th Place in the 19th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak on this matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report, corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 18 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $2 million for roof replacement and targeted repairs for water damage at Perkins Bass Elementary School located at 1140 West 66th Street in the 16th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report, corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 19 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $6 million for select roof replacement and masonry repairs at Fraser Prospective IB Magnet Elementary School located at 4037 West Granshaw Street in the 24th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report, corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Madam President, item 20 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $1.6 million for certain refurbishments and mechanical and interior finishing at James B. Farnsworth Elementary School located at 5414 North Linder Avenue in the 45th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 21 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $10,130,000 for full roof replacement of the plumbing system, masonry repairs, and window replacements at Charles R. Darwin Elementary School located at 3116 West Belden Avenue in the 32nd Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move passage by first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 22 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $37,500,000 for gym expansion, annex, accessibility improvements, including an elevator, restroom, electrical, mechanical, and plumbing upgrades at Robert Nathaniel Dett Elementary School, located at 2131 West Monroe Street in the 27th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 23 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $1,655,000 for the replacement of the building automation system at Frederick Funston Elementary School, located at 2010 North Central Park Avenue in the 26th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 24 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $3,100,000 for full roof replacement and masonry repairs at Morton School of Excellence located at 431 North Troy Street in the 27th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item 25 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $2 million for roof replacement and masonry repairs at Manuel Perez Elementary School located at 1241 West 19th Street in the 25th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item 26 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $1,298,000 for replacement of the fire alarm system at Stephen T. Mather High School located at 5835 North Lincoln Avenue in the 40th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak on this matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item 27 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $12,420,000 for full roof replacement, masonry repairs, exterior renovations, window replacement, and automation system repairs at Whitney M. Young Magnet High School, located at 211 South Laughlin Street in the 27th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item 28 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $3,500,000 for full roof replacement and masonry repairs at John A. Walsh Elementary School, located at 2015 South Peoria Street in the 11th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak on this item, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Madam President, item 29 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education for the provision of tax increment financing funds in the amount of $5,750,000 for replacement in the mechanical system at Skinner North Classical School, located at 640 West Scott Street in the 27th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you. Item 30 is a report of cases in which judgments or settlements were entered into for the month of June 2022, which will be placed on file with the clerk. Item 31 is an order authorizing one application for City of Chicago charitable solicitation or tag day permits for the Salvation Army North and Central Illinois Division for citywide tags November 1st through December 24th, 2022, excluding Sundays. Item 32 and 33 consist of authorizations for the payment of various small claims against the city and denials of payment of various small claims against the city. If there's no objection, I ask that these items be placed on the omnibus.
Objection, so ordered.
And then moving on to settlements. Item 34 consists of 4 proposed settlements in the cases of Samuel, Kennedy, Shaw, and McIntosh. Item 34A is Samuel versus City of Chicago in the amount of $917,500. This item did receive favorable approval by the committee. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item 34B is Kennedy versus Ridgener, City of Chicago in the amount of $195,000. While the item did receive favorable approval by the committee, I have the exception of Alderman Quinn and Alderman Reboyras who voted no. And unless anyone else wishes to vote no, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Noting those objections and hearing none other, so ordered.
Item 34C is Shaw versus City of Chicago in the amount of $4,250,000. The item also received favorable approval by the committee with the exceptions of Alderman Quinn, Alderwoman Taveras, Alderman Villegas, Alderman Sposato, and Alderman Napolitano, who voted no. Unless anyone else wishes to be recorded as no, I move passage by the first most.
There's a request for a roll call vote.
Yes, ma'am. Roll call. Could have shown up the committee. Yeah, he didn't come to committee. Well, he did. Showed up. Madam President,
Chair Wegesbeck.
this is on 34C Shaw versus City of Chicago. This was the third item on our agenda, on our supplemental agenda, just for everyone's awareness.
It may be helpful to your colleagues, Chairman Wegesbeck, to give a short summary. Sure. I think your colleagues have the paperwork in front of them. Mr. Chairman, we'll bring you a copy of a short summary. Alderman Smith, are you signaling that you need some technical assistance? It's not.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll just give a brief overview of this item for those who were not available for the Committee on Finance. The lawsuit arises from a police-involved shooting that occurred on June 6, 2018 at 47th and Prairie. Mr. Maurice Granton was shot and killed by a Chicago police officer, Sheldon Thrasher, following a foot chase that began under the elevated train tracks at 47th and Prairie and ended in a vacant lot at 4719 South Prairie. Officer Thrasher was stripped of his police powers, and on November 30th, 2020, COPA recommended that Officer Thrasher be separated from the police department for violation of rules related to the use of deadly force, for failing to timely activate his body-worn camera and for engaging in an unjustified verbal altercation with bystanders after the shooting. Superintendent Brown concurred, and those charges are currently pending before the police board. And then the plaintiff, Letitia Shaw, filed this lawsuit on behalf of Mr. Granton's minor children as administrator of the Granton estate, seeking to recover damages under the Illinois Wrongful Death Act and Survival Act. And thus we have the case before us in the Committee on Finance.
Thank you. There's been a request for a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
So the officer did see him with a gun and a gun was found at the scene. I wanted to add that to that incident, so 25 feet away or 29 feet away from the scene, so.
I believe the deceased was shot in the back as well. That's probably a helpful fact for people to know. Yes, Madam Clerk, please proceed with the e-vote.
Voting is now open. Please vote from your device. Remember to hit refresh and cast your vote. The voting is now open. I'm on it. Alderman Brookins. Alderman Coleman. Oh, you're in. Alderman Talaferro. Oh, he's getting his. And Alderman Mitts. You want to do a voice vote again? I know you're a tough one today. Are you a yes? Alderman Mitts, are you a yes? Yes, Alderman Mitts is a yes. For the record, and she wants a new machine. We'll get you one. Yes, Brookins is not in his chair. All right. The voting is now closed.
The nays are 9. The matter passes. Alderman Kappelman on the motion for reconsideration.
Madam President, I move to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the motion for reconsideration signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. The nays have it. The motion for reconsideration fails. Chairman Wave is back.
Thank you, Madam President. Let's see. Item 34D, McIntosh versus Bach et al. In the city of Chicago in the amount of $6,750,000. This item received favorable approval by the committee. If no one wishes to speak on the matter, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
And Madam President, I will have all the items that were deferred last month in unfinished business, so we will have further Committee on Finance reporting at that point. Otherwise, this concludes the report of the Committee on Finance for July. Thank you.
We're going to enter this into the Guinness Book of World Records, but thank you. Next up, the Committee on Budget and Government Operations, Chairman Dow.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on the Budget and Government Operations, which held a committee meeting and a subcommittee meeting on July 18th, 2022. The committee recommends passage of the following items. Number 1, a substitute ordinance concerning an amendment to the annual appropriation ordinance year 2022 within Fund Number 925 for the Department of Housing and Department of Public Health. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Number 2, an ordinance concerning amendments to Chapter 2-164, 3-12, 7-28, and 11-12 of the Municipal Code regarding water shutoffs, water privatization, and associated reporting. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Number 3, a substitute ordinance introduced by Alderman LaSpada, amending Municipal Code Section 2-8-050 to allow the use of aldermanic expense allowance funds for rain barrels. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Number 4, a substitute ordinance introduced by Alderman Irvin and others concerning an amendment to Section 7-28-750 and adding a new Section 7-28-780 of the Municipal Code regarding parking of motor vehicles on vacant lots. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The Subcommittee on the Chicago Recovery Plan also met on July 18th for a subject matter hearing to discuss infrastructure and parks and homelessness support services. No votes were taken, and this concludes my report. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Chairman Dow. Next up, the Committee on Rules. Committee on Committee and Rules, Chairman Harris.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Committees and Rules, which met on Tuesday, July 19th, 2022. The committee recommends approval of the following items. Item 2, Ordinance 2022-2020, correction of the Journal of January 26, 2022. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee of Finance and associated motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 3 is Ordinance 2022-1891, establishment of the Peace Book Ordinance. I move approval of the recommendation that item 3 be re-referred to the Joint Committee on Health and Human Relations, Budget, and Governmental Operations by the most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, that joint referral will be.
Thank you. Item 4, the substitute resolution SR 2022-364, amending the City Council Rules of Order and Procedure by modifying Rule 14 regarding recusals, and requirements for city council members. I move passage of the item by the most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman. Next up, the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development, Chairman Villegas.
Good afternoon, Madam President and members of the City Council. Reporting for the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development, which met on Tuesday, July 12th, 2022. The committee held a virtual meeting and recommends passage of the following items. Items 1 through 14 are a series of appointments and reappointments to various special service areas collectively voted on by the committee members and introduced by Mayor Lightfoot during the June 22nd, 2022 City Council meeting. Reappointments of Gennaro Romo Jr. to SSA number 39, Brighton Park, Archer Heights Commission, located in the 12th, 14th, and 15th wards. Reappointment of James Matanke to SSA number 13, Stockyards Commission, located in the 3rd, 11th, 12th, and 20th wards. Appointments of Nicholas Pinto and Matthew Rufy to SSA number 34, Uptown Commission, located in the 46th, 47th, and 48th wards. Reappointment of Peter O'Brien Senior to SSA number 48, Old Town Commission, located in the 2nd and 27th wards. Reappointment of Keith Brandenberger to SSA number 55, 111th Street, Kedzie Commission, located in the 19th ward. Reappointments of N. Marcia Jimenez and appointments of Kelly Smith, SSA number 62, Saguenash Commission, located in 39th ward. Appointments of Nicholas Yassan and Jaime Tyler to reappointment of and reappointment of David Malatin to SSA number 60, Albany Park Commission, located in the 33rd and 35th wards. Appointment of Nicholas Yassan to SSA number 79, Lawrence Pulaski Elston Commission, located in the 39th ward. Reappointments of Elena Duran and Jose Hernandez to SSA number 25, Little Village Commission, located in the 12th, 22nd, and 24th wards. I move for passage of these appointments and reappointments by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 15 is an ordinance in support of a Class 7A tax incentive for property located at 825 East 87th Street in the 8th Ward. I move for passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 16 is an ordinance in support of a Class 7C tax incentive for property located at 4840 North Marine Drive, 854 West Lawrence Avenue, and 4720 North Clarendon Avenue in the 46th Ward. I move for passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
That concludes, thank you, Madam President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman Villegas. Next up, the Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight. Chairman Smith.
Thank you. Madam President and members of the City Council, reporting for your Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight, which held a meeting on July 15th, 2022. The committee considered and recommends passage of one item. Ordinance 2022-2064, an amendment of the Municipal Code, Chapter 2-156 by adding new section 2-156-301 and modifying various provisions regarding governmental ethics. If there are no speakers, I move passage of this ordinance by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Next up, the Committee on Health and Human Relations, Chairman Sawyer.
Thank you, Madam President, and members of the City Council. Reporting on your Committee on Health and Human Relations, which held a remote meeting on July 15th, 2022. The committee recommends passage of the following items. R 2022-589, call for hearings on HIV crisis in the African American community. I move passage of the item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The next item is R 2021-920, call for the United States government to cease spending federal tax dollars on nuclear weapons, embrace the United Nations Treaty on Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, and make global nuclear disarmament main. With the exception of Alderman Michelle Smith, I move passage of the item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Noting the objection of Alderman Smith and no other objection, so ordered.
Thank you. Next item is R 2022-73, call for Corporation Counsel to release the Office of Inspector General report regarding demolition of the Crawford Power Plant. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The last item is R 2022-75, a call for Governor J.B. Pritzker to grant late Ira Hayes posthumous pardon. It's my understanding that Alderman Burke would like to speak on this resolution.
The chair recognizes Alderman Burke.
Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the council, this matter was introduced by the members of the Veterans Caucus back in January. Around the time when you may recall, this council honored Native American representatives who came here to celebrate the Native American month in America. Ira Hayes, you may recall, was a Marine who was one of the Marines that raised the American flag on Mount Suribachi on the island of Iwo Jima, which was indeed the bloodiest battle in the history of American warfare. Ira and 5 other Marines were captured by Associated Press photographer Joe Rosenthal. And that photograph of those Marines raising the flag on Iwo Jima went on to be perhaps the most viewed image in the history of the American military. The battle for Iwo Jima raged on until the 26th of March. And when Corporal Hayes left the island on March 27th, only 3 of the original flag raisers were still alive. Ultimately, on December 1st, 1945, Ira Hayes was discharged with the rank of corporal. But regrettably, like many members of the armed forces who experienced combat, Ira was stricken with PTSD and descended into the depths of alcoholism. Interestingly, but sadly, more than 500,000 American veterans who were combat veterans suffered psychiatric collapse from World War II. In September 1953, the Chicago Sun-Times revealed that Corporal Hayes, who had moved to Chicago, had been jailed here 5 times after arrest by the Chicago police for public drunkenness and other minor offenses. The paper organized a fundraising effort to gather contributions for Ira's bail and to help in his rehabilitation. In the best-selling book, which I'm sure many of you have read, Flags of Our Fathers, Ira's involvement in the Illinois criminal justice system is described. Sadly, by January 1955, Corporal Hayes had been arrested 52 times for public drunkenness in cities and towns across the country. And again, sadly, on January 24th, 1955, at his familial Native American reservation in Arizona, Ira was found dead as a result of alcohol poisoning. Posthumous pardons have been issued around the nation in appropriate cases. And the members of the Veterans Caucus feel that this is a fitting example of a worthy cause and a symbol of American miscarriage of justice. Additionally, focusing the public's attention on the tragic story of Ira Hayes can encourage more American military veterans to seek treatment for PTSD. Here in Chicago, thankfully, the criminal justice system has made significant progress in creating a special veterans court developed largely by Judge Gaughan and Judge Kirby. But with all due respect, Your Honor and ladies and gentlemen, there's an old adage, justice delayed is justice denied. And even after the passage of some 8 decades, a posthumous pardon can right a wrong and shine a light on a chapter of history which unfortunately is little known. So I would urge all of the members to join with the members of the Veterans Caucus, vote in favor of this resolution, and move this on to the governor, who can or will or won't think that this is a appropriate way of honoring the first Native American United States Marine, Corporal Ira Hayes. May he rest in peace.
Thank you, Alderman Burke. Chairman Sawyer.
I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The committee also held a subject matter hearing on June 27th, 2022. The committee held a subject matter hearing regarding an update on the city's actions in response to COVID-19. No votes were taken at that subject matter hearing. That concludes my report. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Chairman Sawyer. Next up, the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Chairman Osterman.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Housing and Real Estate, which held a remote meeting on July 12th, 2022. The committee has a series of reports recommending the passage of the following. Item number 1 is a lease agreement with 2243 LLC for city use of property located at 2243 South Troop Street for the Chicago Police Department Community Safety Team in the 25th Ward. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call, the Committee on Finance, and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 2 is the Second Amendment to a lease agreement with the United States Coast Guard, granting 2 10-year extensions for occupancy of the Chicago Marine Safety Station located at 250 North Breakwater Access and reducing the square footage term in the 42nd Ward. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
There are no objections, so ordered.
Item number 3 is a lease agreement with Jamoke LLC for the Chicago Police Department's use of office space with adjacent parking at 11532 Southwestern Avenue in the 19th Ward. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
There are no objections, so ordered.
Item number 4 is the First Amendment lease agreement with the DePaul University for the Chicago Public Library to extend use of space at 1150 West Fullerton in the 43rd Ward. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
There are no objections, so ordered.
Item number 5 is a lease agreement with Westside Health Authority for their use of vacant land as an outdoor community plaza at 4453 West Madison in the 28th Ward. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
There are no objections, so ordered.
Item number 6 is the sale of city-owned property at 4116 South Lake Park Avenue to Neighbor Space, an intergovernmental entity, for the expansion of the Milton Metzenberg Jr. Sculpture Garden as a community-managed garden in the 4th Ward. I make the same motion if there's no objection, with the exception of a no vote by Alderman Maldonado.
With that, one exception noted, no further objections, so ordered.
Item number 7 is a negotiated sale of city-owned property at 4224 South Wells Street to Zarek Richardson in the 3rd Ward. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
There are no objections, so ordered.
Item number 8 is the sale of city-owned property with open space term covenants at 4441 South Princeton to Andra Bell in the 3rd Ward. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
There are no objections, so ordered.
Item number 9 is the sale of city-owned property with open space term covenants at 514-516 East 50th Street, rear lot at 4942 South Fosterville to Lourdes Grulon in the 4th Ward. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
There are no objections, so ordered.
Item number 10 is the sale of city-owned property with open space term covenants at 514-516 East 50th Street, rear lot at 4948 South Fosterville to Bernadette Rami Nolan in the 4th Ward. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
There are no objections, so ordered.
Item number 11 is a sale of vacant city-owned property at 901 West 51st Street with open space term covenants to Angela Contreras in the 20th Ward. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
There are no objections, so ordered.
Item number 12 is a sale of city-owned property at 4447 West Gladys Avenue to Byron Ransom in the 28th Ward. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
There are no objections, so ordered.
Item 13 is a redevelopment agreement with financial assistance of loan or grant for multifamily program or Chicago Recovery Funds to Sarah's on Lakeside LLC, Sarah Circle, for construction of rental studios and supportive services with outdoor green space at 4737 North Sheridan Road in the 46th Ward. Make the same motion if there's no objection.
There are no objections, so ordered.
Item number 14 is a grant funds agreement with the Chicago Department of Housing for Chicago Community Loan Funds to establish shared ownership housing and preservation pilot program, aka South Shore Condo Preservation Pilot in South Shore. I think Alderwoman Harrison would like to speak to this.
The chair recognizes Alderwoman Hairston.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the City Council. I just really want to say thank you to all of my colleagues. I would like to thank the mayor and her team and the Department of Housing. This is something that I have been working on for 2 decades. In the early 2000s, when the housing market boomed, when they were taking apartments, turning them into condos in a lot of the neighborhoods, people were buying them and we were worried about the housing stock. And that's where the idea first came from. Then the market crashed in 2008. And so then we had a big exodus. And as we move in these times, we have to find a way to keep the people that are our taxpayers, that are our voters, that are our nurses, our teachers, our plumbers, our electricians, our postal carriers that have saved their money and purchased to have them stay in the homes and their condos when good things are happening in the neighborhood. And as we know, as people age and the income does not match the rate of inflation, then we need to do something to help our residents stay in their housing. And this isn't just unique to condos and cooperatives. It also can apply to our homeowners that have been in neighborhoods for 50+ years. So I think that this is a wonderful pilot. I look forward to continuing the work to make sure that we can do this citywide. So thank you. And I thank you, my colleagues, for supporting this.
Item number 14, I make the same motion if there's no objection.
If I may, Chairman,
Please.
I want to thank Alderman Harrison for bringing this forward. I want to thank the folks in South Shore, and particularly Dr. Carol Adams. I call this the Dr. Adams Save Our Homes piece of legislation. What we heard loud and clear is that while the city had previously passed life safety issues requiring upgrades to the condominiums, I think the lesson here is that when we do things like this, we must understand what the actual implications are for the homeowners. And many of these folks who are longtime residents simply did not have the resources to be able to meet the assessments that their building required in order to upgrade these life safety issues. So I think it's a lesson for us all. And again, thank you, Alderman Harrison, for bringing this forward. You've
So
made a motion.
On item 14, I make the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Lastly, item 15, the Department of Housing reported out their 2022 Q1 housing report. I make the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Madam President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman Osterman. Next up, the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, Chairman Burnett.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Reporting for your Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, for which a meeting was held on Thursday, July 14th, 2022, which was recessed and reconvened Monday, July 18th, 2022. Before the committee, there were 93 items. There were 93 routine items that passed and 0 routine items that did not pass. There was an amendment of the municipal code was introduced by Clerk Valencia, which is an amendment of the municipal code section 3-56-050, a governing standard veteran license program 02022-1893 that passed. On Monday, July 18th, 2022, there was a substitute ordinance which was introduced by 42nd Ward Alderman Brendan Riley, which is an ordinance for the amendment of municipal code section 9-12-090 and 9-12-100 regarding impoundment of vehicles involved in drag racing or drifting. 02022-1766 that passed. If there's no comments, Madam President, I move passage of.
Chair recognizes Alderman Brookins.
Hey, Mr. President, I agree with the fact that cars should be towed when people are doing things that are clearly repugnant and dangerous to the community. But more importantly, we would hopefully ask that the police also enforce an ordinance I passed more than 8 years ago, where people are throwing trash out of their windows and littering our streets, that their cars could get impounded. Each and every year when they come before budget, I ask the police department whether or not they will or have enforced that ordinance, and I always hear crickets. But people are calling our ward offices every day, especially if you are living in a ward that borders the Dan Ryan, yelling and screaming at us at all of the trash and debris that litters the African-American community and others, because people will refuse to just hold that trash within their car and wait till they can get to an appropriate receptacle to dispose of it. So while I am all in for your ordinance, I just hope that the police officers will enforce it. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez.
I don't know, there you go. Thank you, Madam President. Since we're definitely talking on TOA, also in support, I would also add, I know a number of our colleagues have folks who are out there selling stolen vehicles without license plates, and we're also not seeing towing at the levels that we need. So I do think having a larger conversation as a council about changing some of the towing laws, so we actually go after some of the stuff that we don't capture, will be a good conversation to have. So just want to be on the record for that. Thank you, Madam President.
Any other members that wish to speak on this matter? Chair recognizes Alderman Riley.
Thank you, Madam President, and duly noted on the many offenses that can be towed for Alderman Brookins and Alderman Vasquez. I think the timing is good. We're getting ready to head into budget season, and I know we're always looking for revenue generating positions here at the city, and certainly towing is one of those positions. We've been enlisting this impoundment for more and more offenses, and obviously we're going to need the resources to fulfill the promise of towing these vehicles that are committing these crimes. But I just wanted to thank all of my colleagues and the administration for working with us on this ordinance. The drag racing and drifting issues really skyrocketed during the pandemic when most folks were stuck at home. These people were availing themselves of a lot of wide open right-of-way and surface parking lots, not just in downtown, but in nearly every neighborhood in the city of Chicago. And in talking with my colleagues, each of us seem to have a hot spot or two where this practice goes on. And as was mentioned during the committee debate, these types of mass gatherings can be organized super quickly using the social media platforms. In a lot of cases, these drag racers and drifters are already out cruising the city, waiting for that summons to come to a point certain and do their thing. I think last weekend we all saw the viral video that was taken at Clinton and Monroe in the 42nd Ward here, as well as an incident in Portage Park, another incident in the 13th Ward. This has gotten out of control. And this isn't about finding people and taking their cars from them. This is about safety. And so our hope is that with some aggressive enforcement on the front end, we can make some high profile examples of the folks who are organizing this and doing this on a regular basis. And I can tell you that when someone has to pay $5,000 to get their car out of the pound, that should make an impression. And so we want this to be a deterrent. We don't want this to be a revenue generator. We certainly don't want the cars. But if this is the choice you're going to make, there are going to be consequences here. And for those who have been raising concerns about there being consequences for criminal activity, the beauty of this ordinance is that the city of Chicago controls its own destiny. These will be processed through administrative hearings, not the Cook County courts and not by the Cook County State's attorney. And so we can take a more aggressive tack and make sure that accountability sticks. So again, I want to thank all of you for supporting the ordinance, and I want to thank the mayor and the law department for working with us to make sure we got it right. But that said, I appreciate you, and I'd encourage an aye vote. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Riley. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Madam President, and good afternoon, members of the City Council. First, I want to applaud my colleagues for keeping this at the forefront. And respectfully, this has been ongoing for the last few years. It has gone unchecked for the last few years, and it has escalated for the last few years. This body has done one ordinance, two ordinances, three ordinances, four ordinances, five ordinances, and today's sixth ordinance. Half a dozen times we have tried to raise the alarms about the dangers on our streets. Starting in May of 2019, we are trying to address drag racing then. We've been trying to address motorcycles and the illegal activity in January of 2021. We have seen ordinances talking about reckless driving as well as drag racing on private and public properties in April of 2021. And we've also have the ordinance today. This body, you, my colleagues, have tried half a dozen times to make this an issue that the administration and the police take seriously. To no avail. No one performing these acts, filming these acts, organizing these acts takes this government seriously when it comes to thinking that we are trying to actually do something about it. Half a dozen attempts talking about how to tow, how to pursue. I remember at one point we were at a budget here, we were at a hearing and CPD said, well, we'll just wait for the people to run out of gas and we'll try and catch them at the gas station. This is not a matter of law. This is a matter of will. And the unwillingness to hold people accountable for what they are doing on the streets in our neighborhoods across our city, one end to the next. How many of your wards have the markings in the intersections where the black lines are in circles because we know what happened the night before? And we see that time and time again. We've seen aldermen beg for CDOT to help us close drag thoroughfares in the city, to no avail. We've asked for police to enforce the law, to no avail. And all we've gotten is one ordinance in June of 2020, just making it easier so that if your car is impounded by this activity and you're the owner on record, that you won't be held as liable because you weren't the one driving. One ordinance. We need to have the will to act and show consequence. We need to show that this is intolerable in our city. That the drag racing that people see belongs on an organized track, as we'll see soon, not overnight, not with people lighting the ground on fire and getting body checked by Camaros as they're flown into a fire pit. We need a will to act. And we can pass every single one of those ordinances I just lift up. None of that matters if we do not enforce. None of that matters if we do not hold people accountable. None of that matters if we do not acknowledge what has been going on. The only acknowledgement we get is silence. We hope no one paid attention to Twitter. We hope no one looked at CWB Chicago or any of the other sites that promote and show the truth of what's going on our streets. We pretend and look the other way. Our residents are not looking the other way, folks. Our residents can hear the screeching tires every weekend, every other night. They can see it with their own eyes. The policy of telling our residents to not believe their lying eyes and not listen to their lying ears must come to an end. We must enforce, we must hold accountable, and we must recognize that until there's a will to do that, this will just continue weekend after weekend after weekend. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Lopez. Any other members wish to speak to this ordinance? Alderman Quinn, the chair recognizes Alderman Quinn.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I wanted to offer my congratulations to Alderman Riley on a job well done. And to his point earlier in his comments about the 13th Ward, we had an issue at 7050 South Pulaski that involved drag racing and drifting. And I just thought I'd share a couple of suggestions based on my experience to my colleagues. Number one, get your arms around large lots, begin working with management, the owners, because to Alderman Riley's point, this could happen in a moment's notice. So begin having those discussions with the owners today, so you're not reactive. Number two, for those wards that border the suburbs, I've started to have conversations with their police, the mayors to adopt similar ordinances. So it's kind of seamless. So those are the two takeaways from my experience that I thought I'd share with the group. So thank you again, Alderman Riley. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Quinn. The chair recognizes Alderman Garza.
I just would like to stand up and say, in regards to this ordinance, I am totally in favor of this. One of the things that I find very interesting is, and Alderman Beal can reiterate what I'm about to say, but they've been drag racing on 116th and Stony Island and Doty Road for over 50, 60 years. We have pulled numerous cars out of Big Marsh, which is now a world-class bike park, over and over and over again. I would like to see cameras and speed bumps and anything that we can do to try to make it safer, because hundreds of people gather there at night, 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and the police station is probably 4 or 5 blocks away. People are getting killed, cars are going into the marsh. This is great. I hope that we can enforce this and put an end to this senseless drag racing and drifting. So thank you for doing this. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Alderman Garza. The chair recognizes Alderman Riley.
Madam President, I just wanted to clarify one point. I'm not trying to enter the debate twice. One thing that's important to note about this ordinance is that it doesn't place an extra burden on police manpower, because the key of this ordinance is that you can actually, if you have solid evidence that a vehicle has been used in drag racing or a drifting incident, it's well documented, the owner of that car does not need to be present when that vehicle is towed. As it is today, the only way to tow that vehicle is on the scene. And when the cops do show up, folks scatter quick and it gets dangerous. So having the ability to go and track these cars down a week down the road, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, that's better for everybody. It's a safer environment to enforce that law. So I just wanted to make sure people know this is really, I think, going to take some pressure off of cops in the moment, but still have a better result with accountability. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Riley. If I may, I wasn't intending to speak on this matter, but I want to make 2 quick points. First is recognizing that it's what I call the silly season, and we will continue to hear nonsense coming from some folks. It does a disservice to the members of the Chicago Police Department to say that they are not responding. This is an issue that absolutely has escalated through the pandemic. It is about traffic safety. It's the same issue on the spectrum with people speeding and driving recklessly. Yes, Alderman Harrison, it is. And so I appreciate Alderman Riley and the others for taking the initiative here, but the suggestion that somehow the police are not responding or ignoring this is just 100% false. These are extraordinarily dangerous events, particularly when you see the crowds gather for the entertainment factor. Invariably, someone gets hurt, property gets damaged. So it's important that we address these, and the police department is very proactive on this. Something that I think it's important for the members of the body to know. Increasingly, what we're seeing is the people who are organizing these meetups are not Chicago residents. They're people outside of the city, and many of the cars that come from outside of the city. And unfortunately, our thoroughfares are now becoming sports venues for non-residents to wreak havoc in our streets. We need to take action. And as Alderman Riley has said, I think this is an important tool because it changes the evidentiary burden that the police now must make. They'll be able to take greater action. I also want to say that we always have to strike the right balance. When I started office, this city generated significant revenue on the backs of people for non-moving violations. This is different, and we've reformed some of that, and rightfully so. But when someone is causing this kinds of public safety nuisance and potential injury to life and limb, we must act. And I applaud the body for acting on this matter. Thank you, Chairman Burnett.
Thank you, Madam President. I move passage of these items in omnibus. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Hearing no objection, these matters will be passed in the omnibus. Next up, the Committee on Transportation and Public Way, Chairman Brookins.
Good afternoon, Madam President. Reporting for your Committee on Transportation and Public Way, a meeting which was held on July 13th, 2022. The following ordinances were passed by a majority of the members present. Pages 2 and 3 include 15 ordinances for miscellaneous items introduced by the local alderman from wards 1, 4, 6, 8, 9, 11, 14, 25, 27, 28, 30, 41, 43, 44, and 48. Page 4 includes one subdivision ordinance located in the 32nd ward, and page 5 include 2 vacation ordinances located in the 4th and 22nd wards. Madam President, if there are no objections, I move passage of these items by the last most favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion for reconsideration.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Madam President, thank you, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman Brookins. Next up, the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, Chairman Tunney.
Madam President, and members of the City Council, presenting a series of reports for your Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, which held a meeting on July 19th, 2022. These reports are grouped for convenience. The following items were passed by a majority of the members present. Page 1 contains the appointment of Angela D. Brooks as member of the Zoning Board of Appeals for a term effective immediately and expiring July 1st of 2025. I move passage of this item by the last most favorable roll call vote of the Finance Committee report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Page 1 contains document number 02022-2000. The amendment of Municipal Code Chapter 17-2, 17-3, 17-4, 17-10, 17-13, and 17-17 regarding equitable transit-oriented developments. I'm going to move passage of this item by a roll call vote.
Madam Clerk.
ETOD.
The chair recognizes Alderman Moore.
Question, it's a mirror or ordinance 122-2749. Why is that like that? Maybe I'm lost on something with this. This is the equitable transit oriented development.
This is ETOD, sir.
Hmm?
This is ETOD.
Right. And so where it said code amendments, then it's a mayoral ordinance, 1st, 22nd, 27th, 49th wards ordinance referred. Why is it those?
It's not wards. As I read into the record, it's changing municipal code chapters 17-2, 17-3, 17-4, 17-10, 17-13, and 17-17s. Those are municipal code chapters that would be changed if this ordinance passed.
Yeah, I know those, but I'm talking about above. That's not all related. It's a code amendments 02022-2022, 2020 ordinance.
That's the document number, I think, Alderman.
But then right after it says 1st, 22nd, 29th, and 49th wards. Okay, I just wanted to be clear. Thank you, Chairman, but I still like to speak to this ordinance, which I do support. And the reason why I'm supporting this ordinance is everything that we talked about in the committee as relating to why we want this ordinance from once the housing talked about redlining, when the housing talked about having access to the red line extension, when the housing department talked about disinvestment, all surrounds what I call the poster child for Inglewood. And one of the areas in Inglewood from 69th and Ashland to 69th and Damon, which has about 20 vacant lots, if not a little bit more, of which 70% are city-owned vacant lots. My support of this is for
the housing department to really look at that. Because when I'm looking at coming up on almost 30 years of no investment around there, and then we do ward remaps, people move along, then there's no investment again. We're almost on 30 years. And so this is why I'm supporting this whole ordinance with hopes and commitments that that stretch of land we're taking a look at, so residents of Inglewood are not ignored, but yet helped by this ordinance. So I appreciate it coming before us, and I hope it can help. Unlike the other transit-oriented ordinance, development ordinance that focused more on the north sides, I'm going to be a stickler for this one, that we get some development in that Inglewood area. Almost 30 years, no development. And we're wondering why we talk about crime and other issues. This hopefully can help, and I will be definitely watching and pushing on this. So thank you.
Alderman Moore, if I may, just a point of information, you mentioned a specific ordinance where there were vacant lots. Could you just repeat those for the record?
I said from 69th and Ashland to 69th and Damon. And I've shown this to DPD and others, and so, and about, like, again, 70% city, 70% of those vacant lots are city-owned properties. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman. If no one else wishes to speak, the chair recognizes Alderman Wegas back.
Thank you, Madam President. I think we had a very robust discussion. I want to thank Chairman Tunney because he handled it very well, not only in the one meeting that we had, but throughout several briefings. And I want to commend him for all his work on it, because there was a lot of back and forth. There was a lot of effort put into this. And while we're not all in agreement on every piece of this legislation, I think it's a good effort to move forward with equitable transportation and housing developments and safety issues throughout other parts of the city that I think a lot of us have benefited from over the last decade plus. And my comments before about the CTA as well is that I hope that they can move a lot quicker than they have in the past, become better partners with all of the city council members who ask them to do so that we're not waiting half a decade for housing developments to be created. They need to be more proactive, but I, again, just want to thank Alderman Tunney or Chairman Tunney for this, because he put a lot of effort, time, and energy into it, and it's a lot better ordinance because of that. Thank you. And I fully support it. Thank you.
Any other members that wish to speak to this matter? Chairman Tunney, I think there was a request for a roll call.
Ready for a roll call?
Voting is now open. Please vote from your device. Remember to hit refresh and cast your vote. The voting is now open. All right, Alderman Cardenas, please cast your vote. Alderman O'Shea.
Alderman Smith needs assistance. Oh, you're good. All right.
Alderman Brookins. Alderman Brookins.
Please go.
Alderman Rodriguez. Oh, he's getting, okay. Alderman Rodriguez, you want to do a yes vote, voice vote? Alderman Rodriguez is a yes. Alderman O'Shea, voice vote. Is it yes? Yeah. Okay, Alderman O'Shea is a yes.
Can someone provide Alderman O'Shea with some assistance?
All right. And the voting is closed.
All right, the yeas are 36, the nays are 10. The matter passes. Alderman Kappelman on the motion for reconsideration.
Madam President, I move to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the motion for reconsideration signify by saying aye. All opposed say nay. The nays have it. The motion for consideration fails. Back to you, Chairman Tunney.
Madam President, I would like to thank my colleagues for their input. We made some substantial changes from the initial introduction, and it wasn't for lack of input from many of you. So it was a team effort, and I want to thank obviously our planning department and our housing commissioner for their efforts and your leadership. So just wanted to say that on the record. Thanks. All right.
Thank you, Chairman.
Page 1 also contains document numbers 02022-1752, the amendment of municipal code section 14X-8-802.2.2. By modifying heating requirements for dwelling and sleeping units, I move passage of this item by the same motion if there's no objection, noting that Alderman Hopkins is voting no on this matter.
With the objection of Alderman Hopkins
And Alderman Riley.
and Alderman Riley, no further objections, so ordered.
All right. Page 1 also contains a direct introduction to the committee from the Department of Planning and Development that corrects S02022-1111 passed by the committee on June 21st of 2022 for application number 20992 and reported out to the City Council on June 22nd of 2022 by replacing the pages that contained inaccurate information. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection, noting in the committee that this is in the 20th Ward, and we have worked with Alderman Jeanette Taylor, and she is in support of this ordinance.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
All right, pages 1 through 10 contain various map amendments in the 2nd, 8th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 15th, 23rd, 25th, 26th, 27th, 28th, 32nd, 33rd, 35th, 38th, 39th, 40th, 42nd, 44th, and 47th wards. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Action so ordered.
Page 10 contains the historical landmark designation for the Paseo Boricua gateway flags located on West Division Street at Artesian Avenue and North Mozart Street in the 26th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Page 10 contains the historical landmark designation for the Monumental Baptist Church located at 729 East Oakwood Boulevard in the 4th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
And page 10 through 11 contains various large signs over 100 square feet in area 24 feet above grade in the 26th, 27th, 41st, 44th, 45th, and 50th wards. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Madam President, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman Tunney. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, the agreed calendar. Chairman Harris. Oh, pardon me, one moment. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Madam President. If there's no objection and if the chair committee on rules is amenable, I wish to withdraw my call for a second committee on item 0222395, which was vacation of public streets and alleys of Norfolk Southern Railway Company, 47th Street Intermodal Facility, to allow to proceed to the committee that was designated at the behest of Alderman Taylor. There's no objection.
Hearing no objections, so
Thank
ordered. Thank you. Now, on to the agreed calendar. Chairman Harris.
Thank you. I've received from the city clerk, Anna and Valencia, a total of 127 items proposed for the agreed calendar consisting of congratulatory, commemorative, and tributary resolutions from Lori E. Lightfoot, Mayor, and the following aldermen: Alderman Dow, Alderman Hairston, Alderman Sawyer, Alderman Harris, Alderman Lee, Alderman Quinn, Alderman Burke, Alderman Lopez, Alderman Coleman, Alderman Brookins, Alderman Rodriguez, Alderman Maldonado, Alderman Irving, Alderman Wagus Pack, Alderman Austin, Alderman Mitts, Alderman Riley, Alderman Kappelman, and Alderman Osterman. I move the agreed calendar in the omnibus.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
Next up, new business. Clerk will call the awards beginning with the 50th.
Claims, 3 permits, license fee exemptions, which are referred to the Committee on Finance. Zoning amendments, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Traffic regulations, traffic control signals, and traffic signs, which are referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Grants of privilege on and over the public way, which are referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. An exemption from physical barrier requirements for commercial driveway alley access for parking facilities, which are referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Silverstein has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 2610 West Devon Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Haddon has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 10-28-070 to further regulate storage of goods on public ways, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Haddon also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 4-6-230G5 to prohibit booting of motor vehicles on private property within the 49th Ward, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Martin has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Title I by adding a new chapter 1-25 entitled Chicago Fair Elections Ordinance, which is referred to the Committee on Ethics and Government Operations Oversight. Alderman Martin also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Title V by adding a new chapter 5-25 entitled Electric Vehicle Right to Charge Ordinance, which is referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Alderman Gardner has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 4-60-023 to disallow additional package goods licenses on portion of North Elston Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Tunney has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Smith and others have proposed orders for amendment of Municipal Code Chapter 10-36 by replacing Section 10-36-070 to prohibit unpermitted events in parks and or beaches, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderman Riley has a proposed orders for amendment of Municipal Code Section 9-48-045, restricting operation of pedicabs during certain hours within the area bounded by Ohio Street, Lakeshore Drive, Lake Michigan, and the Chicago River, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Riley also has a proposed resolution to call for Illinois General Assembly and Governor J.B. Pritzker to amend 65 ILCS 5/11-208.8 to allow the city of Chicago to apply revenue from automated speed enforcement cameras towards municipal pension obligations, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderman Riley also has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 2 North Michigan Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Riley and others have a proposed resolution for commemoration of formation of the Chicago City Council Taiwan Friendship Caucus, which is referred to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Alderman Riley and others also have a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code by repealing in its entirety Section 3-92-075 regarding pensions, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderman Napolitano and others have a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Title VI by adding a new chapter 6-130 entitled Chicago Police Mental Health Preservation Ordinance, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderman Nugent has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as James Jimmy Cummins Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Mitz has a proposed ordinance for amendment of escrow agreement with North Austin Community Center for evacuation, transportation, and disposal of contaminated wood chips at 1815 through 1911 North Laramie Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Alderman Villegas has a proposed resolution to call for hearings on the current and future state of cryptocurrency, which is referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Alderman Villegas also has a proposed resolution to call for hearings on the Department of Water Management's efforts to improve water and sewer systems, which is referred to a joint committee comprised of the members of the Committee on Environmental Protection and Energy and the members of the Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development. Alderman Ramirez Rosa has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code sections 4-60-022 and 4-60-023 to allow additional alcoholic liquor and packaged goods licenses on portion of North Milwaukee Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez and others have proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code Title II by adding a new chapter 2-175 entitled the Bodily Autonomy Sanctuary City Ordinance, which is referred to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez and others have proposed ordinance for amendment of the year 2022 annual appropriation ordinance within the Department of Public Health for Chicago Abortion Clinic Defense Fund, which is referred to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez and others also have a proposed order for calling for the Chicago Department of Public Health to seek grants and funding to establish non-police mental health crisis response program, which is referred to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Alderman Burnett has proposed a resolution to call for subject matter hearings on reducing hate and bias-motivated violence, which is referred to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Alderman Scott has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Shirley Deer Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Tabarez and others have proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 10-8-335 and chapter 2-152 by adding new sections 2-152-175 regarding days off for Chicago Police Department employees, which is referred to the Committee on Workforce Development. Alderman Tabarez and others also have a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, chapter 2-84 by adding a new section 2-84-520 regarding reimbursement of basic recruit training paid and provided by the Department of Police, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderman Tabarez and others also have a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code Title II by adding a new chapter 2-172 entitled Public Official Use of Force Training, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Two committees have been called, the Committee on Finance and the Committee on Public Safety. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderman Tabarez and others have proposed a resolution to call for public hearings on mental health challenges facing Chicago police officers, which is referred to a joint committee comprised of the members of the Committee on Health and Human Relations and the members of the Committee on Public Safety. Alderman Rodriguez has a proposed ordinance for dedication and vacation of public ways in the area bounded by West 43rd Street, South Cicero Avenue, West 44th Street, and South LaPorte Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Rodriguez also has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Ronald Everett McKee Senior Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Brookins has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 4-60-023, to allow additional package goods licenses on portion of West 87th Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman O'Shea and others have a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, chapter 2-84, by adding a new section 2-84-085 regarding hours and days of rest for sworn members of the Chicago Police Department, which is referred to the Committee on Workforce Development. Alderman Coleman has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, chapter 14A-3, by modifying various sections to further regulate requirements for vacant and open buildings or structures, dangerous and unsafe passages, and abatement of proceedings, and adding a new sections 14-A-3-316 and 14-A-317 regarding periodic review of properties on demolition lists and report on enforcement actions to aldermanic offices, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Coleman also has a proposed ordinance for vacation of portion of South Green Street within the area bounded by West 63rd Parkway and South Peoria Drive, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Lopez and others have a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 2-78-180 by dissolving the Civilian Office of Police Accountability and transferring rights and powers to Community Commission for Public Safety and Accountability, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Two committees haven't been called, the Committee on Public Safety and the Committee on Ethics. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderman Lopez and others also have a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, chapter 2-84, by adding a new section 2-84-057 requiring superintendent of police to notify city council when leaving Chicago for personal or official business, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Three committees have been called: the Committee on Public Safety, the Committee on the Budget and Government Operation, and the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderman Lopez and others also have a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, section 2-84-450, to further regulate disbursement of benefits to widows or other dependents of police officers killed in the line of duty, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderman Quinn has a proposed ordinance for authorization of out-of-city service to supply water and water service to 5064 South Merrimack Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderman Quinn also has a proposed ordinance for renewal designation of the 28th, 30th, and 41st precincts of the 13th Ward as restricted residential zones, prohibiting additional shared housing units and vacation rentals, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Lee has a proposed ordinance for vacation of public alleys in the area bounded by West 38th Street, South Halsted Street, West 38th Place, and South Lusitania Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Sadlowski Garza has proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 3246 East 118th Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Harris has a proposed resolution for the election of Alvin D. Starks as Sergeant at Arms and Deborah M. Stanley, Levator Perel, Turin Cox, and Anthony P. Harper as Assistant Sergeant at Arms for the remainder of the 2019 through 2023 City Council term, which is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderman Sawyer has proposed orders for an honorary street designation as Honorary Charlie Boot Allen Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman Harrison has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at 6001 South Stony Island Avenue, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman King has a proposed order for a historical landmark fee waiver for the property at 1100 South or 1100 East Hyde Park Boulevard, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Hopkins has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code, chapter 4-4, by adding a new section 4-4-339 to regulate cannabinoid retailers signage, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderman Laspada has a proposed ordinance for an amendment of municipal code sections 2-100-030 and 11-5-210 concerning establishment of private hauling complaint system and record keeping requirements for private haulers, which is referred to a joint committee comprised of the members of the Committee on Finance and the members of the Committee on Environmental Protection and Energy. Alderman Laspada also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code titles 2 and 9 by adding a new Article 7 entitled Bus Lane Traffic Enforcement and modifying various sections concerning automatic speed enforcement system violations, which is referred to a joint committee comprised of the members of the Committee on Finance and the members of the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Alderman Laspada also has a proposed resolution to call for the city clerk to issue vehicle licensing guidelines to encourage use of electric vehicle fleets, which is referred to a joint committee comprised of the member of the Committee on Budget and Government Operations and the members of the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Alderman Laspada also has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Laspada and others have proposed resolution to call for the assessment of feasibility of vacancy taxes or vacant residential units, lots, and commercial units, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderman Laspada and others also have a proposed resolution to call on the Department of Transportation to report on current divvy bike sharing pricing and ridership trends, which is referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Your Honor, that concludes the presentation of aldermanic introductions.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next up, approval of the journal. Chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell.
Madam President, I am not aware of any corrections to the journal from the June 22nd, 2022 regular meeting and move that it be approved.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Next up, unfinished business.
Madam
Alderman
President,
Mitchell.
Madam President, 3 Rule 41 notices were filed relating to reports from the Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development and the Committee on Finance. I defer to Chairman Villegas and Chairman Wajespak.
The chair recognizes Chairman Villegas.
I'm aware a notice filed pursuant to Rule 41 regarding one report of the Committee on Economic Capital and Technology Development that was deferred and published, a substitute ordinance in support of a Class 6B tax incentive for property located at 2017 North Mendel Street. And I defer to my colleague Alderman Hopkins.
Chair recognizes Alderman Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. This item passed unanimously out of committee. This is to support the expansion of a pharmaceutical manufacturing firm in my ward. Currently have about 60 jobs. They're good jobs, paying a high wage and offering benefits, and the qualifications are a high school degree. So these are highly sought jobs, and this expansion would allow the company to add new product lines to their production facility, expanding the workforce to up to 200. This particular application was submitted. It was revised a number of times, and I have a letter here from the counsel for the applicant, Acosta Esger Law Firm. They did a study of similar applications going back to January of 2021, and they found 8 nearly identical applications that were approved by the Department of Planning under similar conditions, that it was an expansion in an existing facility and it was filed after the construction was completed. That was the stated objection that was raised in committee. So I see absolutely no grounds to not go forward and grant this application to bring these good paying jobs to an area that certainly needs them. And I would urge an aye vote. Thank you.
Alderman Hopkins, do you have a motion?
Move that we do pass this item.
By the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the
This is by the
associated.
first most favorable roll call of the Committee on Finance.
All right, hearing no objection, so ordered. All right, next up, Chairman Wagasback.
Thank you, Madam President. For round 2. On June 22nd, 2022, I filed a Rule 41 notice indicating an intent to call for a vote on 9 items deferred and published from the City Council meeting on June 22nd, 2022. Let's see. Item number 1 on that notice is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to issue multifamily housing revenue bonds to C40 Preservation Associates Limited Partnership for construction of affordable housing located at 209 South Kedzie Avenue and 3137 to 3157 West 5th Avenue in the 28th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak on this item, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 2 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to amend the master intergovernmental agreement with the Public Building Commission of Chicago regarding use of tax increment financing or TIF funds for various projects. If there is no one wishing to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 3 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Transit Authority to provide tax increment financing funds for infrastructure repairs to the 43rd Street Green Line Station located in the 3rd Ward. If there is no one wishing to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 4 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Transit Authority to provide tax increment financing funds for infrastructure repairs to the Blue Line Forest Park branch between Damon and Ashland in the 25th, 27th, and 28th wards. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item 5 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Transit Authority to provide tax increment financing funds for infrastructure repairs to the California Blue Line Station located in the 1st Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Chair recognizes Alderman Espada.
Very much. Yeah, just very pleased to stand in recognition and support of this ordinance. And it kind of applies to the last couple as well, because when we take the CTA, as so many of our constituents do, we rely on public transit to be accessible, affordable, and reliable. And I see every day the CTA making the effort on the affordability piece. We all get those emails about discounted passes. That's fantastic. On the reliable piece, I know this council, I know 34 of us spoke to the need to have a conversation about that reliability. And we have a pending resolution, and I look forward to that hearing. On the accessibility piece, we do hear from residents all the time. Our seniors are folks with different ability levels. How do I get onto the CTA? 100% of our buses, that's fantastic. 70% of our stations, great. We got about 40 left to go, and the California Blue Line station is one of them, so well utilized. Can't wait to see this project in action come 2023, and then to work with all of you and the CTA to make progress on that last 39 stations or so. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Espada. Chairman Wegesbeck.
Motion, Madam Chair. Item number 6 is a communication.
I think hearing no objections, so ordered. We wanted to make sure that we got that into the record. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Item number 6 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning the authority to enter into and execute an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Transit Authority to provide tax increment financing funds for infrastructure repairs to the Western Brown Line Station located in the 47th Ward. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
And then items 7, 8, and 9 are bundled together. It's the same Cicero Stevenson redevelopment project area. Item number 7 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance approving the redevelopment plan for the Cicero Stevenson redevelopment project area pursuant to the Tax Increment Financing Act. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item 8 is a communication recommending proposed ordinance designating the Cicero Stevenson redevelopment project area as a redevelopment project area pursuant to the Tax Increment Financing Act. I'll note that while this item was not deferred and published at our last meeting, state law requires that 7, 8, and 9 be passed in sequence. So if there's no one wishing to speak, I move passage by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
And then item 9 is a communication recommending the adoption of the tax increment financing TIF area for Cicero Stevenson redevelopment project area. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move passage of item number 9 by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and corresponding unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
And Madam President, I am aware of one more notice pursuant to Rule 41 for one item of unfinished business from the Committee on Finance, an ordinance amending chapters 9-100 and 9-101 of the Municipal Code of Chicago relating to the automated speed enforcement systems, and I'll defer to Alderman Beal.
The chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Madam President, I request to close on this item if anybody else has anything to say.
I'm sorry?
I'm requesting to close on this item.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Are any members of the body interested in speaking? This is Alderman Beal's ordinance regarding speed cameras. Chair recognizes Alderman Harris.
Thank you. Now, while many people don't have the issues that I have Jeffrey, Cottage Grove, which is unofficially a 6-lane unofficial highway. Cottage Grove, unofficially a 4-lane highway. Speed kills. I watched a man get hit right in front of my camera, on my camera while I'm watching the camera in my office. He get hit right on Cottage Grove, killed instantly. we as a city are gonna have to figure out what to do about dealing with the speed in which cars travel up and down the streets. Now, whether we like it or not, we have reduced the speed on our streets to make it, to me, to make it safer for people driving up and down them. I'm not willing to turn back the clock because my community is saying, you got to do something about the way the speed in which cars are driving up and down Stony Island and Jeffrey, nearly running over people, running around people. So there's so many things that we need to do. We have to have some tools in the toolbox to be able to go to help to keep our streets safer from people who don't want to abide by the law. The speed limits are the speed limits. And to me, once you go over them, you have broken the speed limits. To me, we have made an accommodation and said, hey, we're going to give you a few more, we're going to allow you to go faster than the law says you should go before we give you a ticket. And so I think that there's an accommodation. I think that we've accommodated enough. I think the law is the law. If a man and a body is sitting out there, even if we had cars on the street, if we could afford to have cars on the street, watching every car that drives up and down the streets to give them tickets, they could get a ticket for going over the speed limit. So the law is the law. We have to abide by the law. I think to tell people they could travel 41 miles down Jeffrey is just criminal. And so at this point, I will be voting no. I can't support something that is going to artificially increase the speed that people are going to be able to travel down our streets. As a person who drives through our community nearly every day, up and down Jeffrey, up and down Stony, I would love to be able to figure out other tools to get drivers to reduce their speed. And so I think as a city, we need to have a long dialogue about what we do about helping our city then get cars and drivers to reduce their speed on our streets to make our streets safer for everyone that drives up and down these streets. And for a person who represents people who are older, they drive, they're a little more cautious. And so they don't want to get in the street and be bullied by cars that are driving at high speeds. It really has become a real issue for me, and I can't seem to wrap my arms around it on how we deal with it as one is a ward and one is a city. So I'll have to be voting no on this one.
Thank you, Chairman Harris. The chair recognizes Alderman Laspada.
Thank you so much, Chair. I want to read their names because that is important. Jalen James, age 11. Peter Paquette, age 75. Rafael Rafi Cardenas, age 2. Wilberto Rivera, age 76. Martha Velasquez, age 34. Timothy Cast, age 46. Concepcion Lopez, age 82. Berta Arroyo Salgado, age 73. Someone whose name is not listed, but 33-year-old. Yehula Malkama, age 44. Larry J. Davis, age 68. Miriam Grande, age 70. Alan Lee, age 88. Javion Markel Johnson, age 20. Richard Haljan, 57. Angel Thomas, age 35. Deborah Renee Jones, age 67. These are just a few of the folks who have lost their lives this year as pedestrian traffic fatalities, walking across the street on scooters, on bicycles. I don't know if their parents are here today, if their relatives are here today, if they're listening. What would we have done to have saved their lives? What are the choices that we wish we could have made differently to save their lives, for them to be with us today? There's no one thing. We know this, that it's about infrastructure and creating safer, calmer, slower streets across the city. It's about education. How do we get everyone to act right on our public way? But it's also about enforcement. That is also a piece of it. And can we be more equitable with where our infrastructure is, with where our cameras are? Sure. And that is work for us to take on as the council. But I can't stand here in good conscience and cast a vote that I know leads to more names on that list, more people losing their lives. So I really hope that today we can vote in favor of the safety and health of our communities and vote no on this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Spata. The chair recognizes Alderman Spizzato.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, very well said, Alderman Lispata. I commend you on what you said. It was very, we don't look at things that way. I just want to let everybody know that I can't support this either. I'm a no. My office is inundated with phone calls, people coming into the office, wanting speed cameras, where they're not even eligible for speed cameras, speed humps and main arterials, traffic signals and extra traffic signals on main arterials, traffic stops in the middle of nowhere, which I think would create more danger. I'm not 100% sure how much this works, but being a fireman, I kind of saw what happens with speed. I know that speed kills in the past. I give out slow down signs in my ward to residents. I'm not sure that they work, but I'm willing to try anything. Public safety is the utmost, the most important to me, of the residents of our community. And there's one thing that's missed here, everybody. We're told that this is on the backs of our residents, these fines. I don't know how many of you did some research, but according to the budget office / comptroller, 45% of these people that get these tickets are outside the city of Chicago. I am landlocked somewhat by the suburbs. Half of my ward is surrounded by 4 suburbs. Half of it isn't. I'm willing to bet. I don't have the information to research it, but I'm willing to bet. And the 6 cameras in my ward, I'm willing to bet anything. That's certainly minimum of 75% are people outside of the city, and probably I'd like to think 90% of the people. And I'm just making these numbers up, everybody, so don't hold me to them. I'm willing to bet that most of the people from my community are not doing this. And certainly I would like to think the good residents of the city of Chicago would want to calm down and slow down for the safety of our children, of our seniors, of whoever. But people are out of control today, folks. They're totally out of control. They don't care. We see road rage all over the place. You try to drive down the street, then I play little games with myself. Sometimes I'm driving down the street trying to abide the limit. I do admit I speed on the expressway, but not on the local arterials. All right. And I'll try to do the limit. That's the expressway. That's not the city street. You can't do 55 on the express without getting run off of the road. But you try to do 30 in my neighborhood on the northwest side, people try to pass you up. People give you the finger. People are honking the horn at you. So we have to do something. And I'm looking for, even though I have 6 cameras, I'd like to get 4 more. I think only 1 spot is eligible. And I've been waiting 3 or 4 years for that I didn't get it. But you know, we need to do something. And I'm going to err, if it's even an error, on the side of safety. So that's where I'm at. But thank you for giving me a chance to speak on this, Madam President. And I hope nobody holds me personal for this. I'm against my good friend, and I know he's smiling at me and winking at me and not taking it personal. So this isn't personal against anybody, other than the crazy kooks out there that just don't want to obey the law, and many in my neighborhood from outside of the city. But thank you so much, Madam President, and Alderman Spada, very well said. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Spizzato. The chair recognizes Alderman Scott.
Madam President, members of City Council, I attended Jalen James's funeral. He was the 11-year-old, I believe he was 11, that was hit and killed on 16th and Christiana. It is heartbreaking to look in a parent's face and know that their child has been ran over because a person sped. The most exciting time in the world for a kid is to get out on the last day of school. The most horrific thing for a parent is to know that your child is run over by a speeding car on the last day of school, when you're supposed to be celebrating a monumental moment of no school, correct? So I can't support this either because I am a parent. I am also a pedestrian. And I always say, if you give a person an inch, they'll take a mile. So we add on. So if the speed limit is 35, I'm going to give you 45 more miles to speed. That's always given the criminal the right way to proceed. It's not a black, it's not a white issue. It's a criminal act to speed on any level. If you're black, if you're white, if you're Hispanic, if you're Asian, it's not right. So again, as a parent, as a responsible adult, as a citizen, you don't give an inch for pedestrians and people to take a mile. If you're late, you're late. There's nothing that's that important for us to speed. We have to be responsible for the people that are in the city. And so if we choose to vote on this, then we're not being responsible. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm like to speak on this for many reasons. I think one of this conversation is brought up on behalf of protection or safety. I figure I've got to be one of the most staunch supporters of anything when it comes to safety, and why I think that that's just kind of being used as a tagline right now is even prior to this administration. So I can't even put it on this administration. I've asked for multiple speed cameras. I've asked for 3 of them. I've suffered in the last 7 years multiple deaths on roads where we could have fixed this due to having speed cameras slowing down the rate of speed that these cars are traveling. And it's fallen on deaf ears every time, even up to present date. So I don't believe this is always just on behalf of safety. This conversation, it goes a little bit deeper than that. I've been given a myriad of different reasons why we're not installing new speed cameras. And when we fact check them, they've all come up improper or inconclusive. We're not following those guidelines. I'm just being told that we're not installing them. If that was the case, and we're worried about losing this amount of money that could go towards supporting the police or helping the city, if aldermen are asking for more speed cameras in their wards, we should be giving them. That's going to make up the difference there. I can't lose another resident. I can't. Toohey Avenue, in the last 3 years, we've lost 3 residents. Harlem Avenue, I just had a car crash through a house, drag racing, into the house, dropped into the basement. I've got kids struck on multiple occasions on Foster Avenue. I've asked for speed cameras. Hold no malice towards anybody who sits on either side of this or even the administration. But if we're talking about making a change or safety or protection, you've got aldermen in this body that have been begging for these cameras that have been denied. I just don't get it. And for that reason, I'm voting yes on behalf of this. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Napolitano. The chair recognizes Alderman Vasquez.
Thank you, Madam President. There you go. Thank you. I actually moved on this issue as I had concerns about it being just kind of a cash grab, right? I think we hear that from some people who are seeking to repeal it. But within the past 2 months in like our community, we've had 8 accidents, car crashes. We've had a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, an 82-year-old, a 72-year-old all killed because of car crashes. And it's a failure. I wouldn't say a failure. I think it's an opportunity for us to adjust the way we look at our infrastructure and roads, period. We focus so much on making it so car centric. We don't think about our pedestrians, our cyclists, and other folks. So more accidents are occurring. I think seeing the amount of crashes that have occurred, the amount of deaths, speaks to the fact that we as a council need to look at our infrastructure and change the way we look at our roads. We have to account for cyclists and for pedestrians. The fact that Alderman Espada, and I thank you for your words, when you were going through the list and the ages, there was a disproportionate amount of older folks on that list. And we're all going to get there, hopefully, and have the same concern and fears about getting from one side of the road to the other. There's a little bit of dissonance with my colleague, Alderman Napolitano, to be asking for more speed cameras. And because you don't get the speed cameras, we should then make it more dangerous for everybody else. I don't necessarily understand the logic, so I have concerns there. If anything, we should be looking at the way research on how driving has occurred since the pandemic, because I don't know about all of you all, but it definitely feels as though people are driving more agitated, They're going faster, they're being more reckless than it has been before the pandemic. And I think it speaks to the amount of trauma we've all continued to go through. So knowing that we're going through that as a city, we should make adjustments. You know, I've had conversations with colleagues about lowering the speed limit citywide. I personally, and Nick, thank you for your candor. I also on Lakeshore Drive tend to not do what I need to be doing. If we had speed cameras on Lakeshore Drive, we might not have deficits every year with the amount of revenue on that, knowing how people drive there. But the reality is we know this, and I don't understand why we even call it a speed limit while we're still actively giving people more chances to go further. For those of our colleagues who are all about law and order and enforcement, to then have a problem with actually enforcing a law there and actually having a limit, there's just a lot of dissonance in the conversation. So I can't support repealing it. I think the concerns about equity are very real. I think looking at locations to place more cameras to answer that makes sense, because what's also inequitable is the amount of people who are injured. Those also tend to be the victims of those car crashes, also tend to be disproportionately Black and brown. And so we need to look at this whole situation and not just make something that in some instances might feel like politically expedient at the cost of actual lives. So I can't support repealing it, and I will be voting no as well. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Vasquez. The chair recognizes Alderman Gardner.
I want to go on record, Alderman Napolitano had mentioned that he was asking for speed cameras in his ward. I want to echo that sentiment as well. I've been asking them near the intersections of Austin and Foster. I've been asking them where 2 people were recently killed at Milwaukee and Kilbourne. And I received nothing, no feedback back either. And it's extremely frustrating. And I can understand the concern, and I can understand the anger from a lot of the residents who are demanding speed cameras be put in there. I am telling you, and that's what I'm saying, Mayor, please, at the corner of Austin and Foster, from the bottom of my heart, something is going to happen there. There's a park there. There's a school nearby. A kid is going to get, I won't even say, because I don't want to bring that to fruition, but it is extremely, extremely dangerous, and the traffic is moving extremely fast. This is a very difficult vote. I can understand both sides of it. And to be honest with you, I'm still undecided as to how I'm going to vote. But I just simply wanted to go on record to beg you, please listen to the pleas of my community that we need something at Foster in Austin and also near Milwaukee and Kilbourne. Thank you.
Hey, Alderman, I have noted those, as well as Alderman Spizzato and Alderman Napolitano. As always, if you're not getting response that you want, you always should feel free to reach out to me directly. But I will make sure that we address these issues right away.
Please, this is not a political statement at all. This is simply just the last thing that I would want to see, and anybody would want to see, is just that another person get injured, or God forbid, a child get struck.
Agreed.
Whatever we could possibly do.
Agreed. Thank you, Alderman Gardner. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Mitz.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise and opposition. As I've stated before, I remember getting a ticket. My first ticket I received was on Chicago Avenue in my ward when they first put the cameras up. And of course, probably coming to city council, trying to get here on time. I got a ticket. And I was upset. So I goes down to the hearing officer and says, look, where I get this ticket? They says, well, ain't nothing you could do. You know, you got to pay the ticket. So I'm not paying it. The ticket doubled. Now I'm an elected official, but I was angry. That $200 made me get my senses together. And I guarantee you, I've not gotten another ticket. Now, if people want to keep spending that money out, the city is ready to take it. Slow down. That's what I tell you. Slow it down and let's obey the law. Let's not look to break the law. I'm hearing that we want to give you a little bit more of an edge when you break the law. That's like telling a criminal, go ahead and break the law and I give you a little bit more edge to keep doing it. No, we have to stop this. Either you're gonna be right or you're gonna be wrong. You're gonna do good or you're gonna do bad. So let's drive right. We don't need to be steady talking about my constituents, more speed hump. And yes, I've had constituents get hit and killed by folks driving fast. And they are worse now than ever was before in driving coming out of the pandemic. Now, you don't believe me, talking about expressway, nobody is buying by a speed limit. And I looked at the speedometer and I says, wow, I know the speed limit is 65, I'm doing 70. Why is that car speeding so fast around me? 80, 90 miles an hour. This is just crazy. We better pull it back for a minute. We need to be rolling it back so that folks can be safe. Our seniors, do we not know we're gonna get old one day? Scare them to death. If they stand out there, somebody got to help them cross the street because they're too afraid folks driving fast, even when the lights change. Now, are we talking about safety? That's safety. Everybody, you leave early, get there, and then you'll get there on time. Don't be pushing the button, running over people. And that's the way folks are driving all over the place now. And that is serious. You're driving out there, you see them. We need to put more cameras up and get more revenue. And maybe some folks' taxes can go down and we can do some more things with the programs that we need to help other people. But just to be disrespectful of the law and to continue to drive reckless, then they should be getting a ticket. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Mitz. The chair recognizes Alderman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, I want to thank many of my colleagues for being leaders on this issue, particularly Alderman Espada and many others. The fact remains that in a previous conversation here, many folks pointed to a WBEZ report that looked at the data and ended up looking at the data by their own admission inaccurately. The facts remain that at 20 miles per hour, 90% of people who are hit at that miles per hour will survive. At 30 miles per hour, that drops to 60%. And at 40 miles an hour, only 20% of people who are hit by a vehicle will survive. In addition, 55% of drivers who get a speed camera warning for a first time never get fined again. 46% of drivers who get a fine don't get fined again. That means these cameras are working. I think this debate is a clear one in my mind as far as how we keep our children and families safe. As a matter of fact, our city is behind many other cities. We should actually be decreasing, and let me go on record, we should be actually be working together to decrease minimum speed levels, even in this city, as they are now, to levels that are more adequate and are actually best practices as recognized across the country. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this matter. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Rodriguez. The chair recognizes Alderman Maldonado.
Thank you, Madam President. A month ago, I thought that I was going to be voting with my dear friends, Alderman Bill's proposal, because I thought that from my ignorance that the common perception and inclination by most drivers throughout the city of Chicago would be in favor of increasing the speed limit. But last night, I checked with my office, and over 35 calls we have and emails we have received in our office, none of which were in favor of increasing the speed limit. All of them were to keep things the way they are. And God knows that I have been a great contributor to the city of Chicago general fund over the years. But I think, and I know, and I'm going to respect the wishes of my constituents to keep the speed limits the way they are. And so therefore, I will vote against it. Sorry.
Thank you, Alderman Maldonado. The chair recognizes Alderman Wegas.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm in opposition to this ordinance, and I will be again and again and again, because of a lot of what my colleagues have said here today, starting out with Alderman LaSpada, going through with what Alderman Rodriguez said, looking at the data and the retraction from one of the media. But that's just one. I mean, if we look at the overall data, we know that data doesn't always tell the whole story. What tells the most significant story is the dead women and children and men who try to get across the street in this city. And as a lot of you know, those of you with kids or with adults that are older, as you're trying to get across the street, you do a JHC when somebody's flying down that street and you're grabbing your kid and trying to prevent them from getting hurt because somebody doesn't want to follow the rules. Very simple rules. And I think that this ordinance does a disservice to all those people who are simply trying to get on with their lives and walk across the street and end up on a list that Alderman LaSpada read off. And that's a short list from this year. We've done a lot in this city. A lot of us voted for Vision Zero funding, and we're going to continue to do that. I think Vision Zero is a great plan, and it probably incorporates some of this concept of reducing speeds with speed cameras. And speed cameras have to change as well. We have to move them around. We have to make them more dynamic. We have to put them in other places, as some of the aldermen have stated. We probably have to move around some of those others, not for revenue, but to make our neighborhoods safer. When I'm walking my kids to the park, when I'm walking my kids from daycare or school, it is the utmost of importance for me and for every adult that's carrying that kid or walking with that kid to make sure they can get safely from one place to another. And I think over the last several years, especially this year, we've just seen too much of an increase in wild drivers who disregard the laws. And if sticking it to them with a fine is the way to do it, then so be it. I think we need to also look at reducing the city speeds unilaterally. Well, excuse me, not unilaterally, but citywide. And CDOT, and I know they've talked to some of you because I've had these conversations, has been studying this. Can we reduce the overall speed limit in the city of Chicago? And I think we can. The speed limit is different throughout different parts of the state, different parts of the United States. A lot of cities reduce their speed limits to improve safety of their pedestrians and cyclists throughout the country. We can too. In the meantime, I guess we'll just have to keep putting up speed humps, speed tables, and other methods to slow people down, including speed camera fines. Because until people start getting the message that they are endangering the lives of everybody else except themselves, then we have to continue down this path. So I vote no on this ordinance and hope you do too. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Chairman Wegas. Back, the chair recognizes Alderman Siccho Lopez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a difficult vote no doubt about it. Our city has been burdening our communities with fines and fees for decades, deceiving us into thinking that it's trying to protect us. In reality, it's mostly inept mayors balancing the city's budgets on the backs of hardworking taxpayers who are disproportionately from our most vulnerable communities. So while this vote is particularly challenging, is one that may save a life. My ward currently includes areas like the West Loop, South Loop, Pilsen, where we've seen tragedies and lives being cut for simply crossing the street or riding their bike home. Our city doesn't have the infrastructure that is required for cars, for bikes, and pedestrians to safely coexist. And in the absence of protected bike lanes, this is one way we can keep people safe. However, I think it's critical that we really dissect the data, and I really want to urge all the city council members to look at the research by Professor Sutton and Tillaham from the University of Illinois in Chicago, where they show that by having these speed cameras, fatal and injury crashes around these areas are reduced by 15%. However, if we continue looking farther, if this is added by redesigning roads, but adding infrastructure, adequate infrastructure, in cities like New York, fatalities have been reduced by 35%. Thus, we're just doing not nearly enough. Being able to have CTA and other public transportation to be reliable and to make sure that people are safely driving their bikes and other ways of transportation, it is essential to make sure that we do justice to this important debate. Again, we're just simply doing very little given the titanic task ahead to keep our communities safe. Thus, this message that we got from our constituents is to ensure that we have the safety of our constituents in mind, but also to make sure that we understand that the status quo is not working for anyone. That goes for those pedestrians, for those bikers who continue to be harmed, hit, or killed, but also goes for those constituents who are struggling with debt relief and fines and fees that are putting in unnecessary debt. We also need to take this debate more seriously so that we're not pitching people against each other and we continue to fail them as a city. We do more, and we must do more to make sure that we address both issues. The status quo is not working, and ultimately Chicagoans are suffering. This message that we got was loud and clear from our constituents that called our office asking for both. The calls that we received were pretty split and based on need, but the message was loud and clear. We need to do more. And I got that message loud and clear from the people I represent who have called our office or email us. And that's what is today. I support keeping the 6 miles per hour threshold for the speed cameras in our city, but at the same time committing to make sure that we work together to do more, to keep our community safe, and to make sure that we really talk about equity. The debate and the conversation today continues to keep the status quo, and that's just not acceptable. So I look forward to continue working with this council and the administration to do better, and that debates like this don't continue to pitch us against each other, because ultimately the city suffers and our constituents fail. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Siccho Lopez, and welcome back and congratulations on the birth of your children. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Madam President. And again, good afternoon, members of the City Council. I'm breaking the streak because I rise in support of this. I've heard a lot from many of you talking about safety. And let me just first off say it's refreshing to hear people concerned about safety. Nearly 3 million tickets have been written. 54% of them to the citizens of the city of Chicago. That's over 1.6 million tickets issued to our residents. And I've heard today many in this room talk about how they wish they had more cameras and how we need more cameras and we could do so much more to keep people safe with cameras. And you know what? I got a surprise for you folks. I fully agree that cameras are helpful. But the problem we're having today with the debate isn't about lowering the speed limit. That's not what we're talking about. The problem we're having today isn't about getting you more cameras. Because regardless who you call directly, no one could install a new camera in the city of Chicago because of the moratorium in place right now. Don't believe that you're going to get a camera no matter what address you give right now. It's not going to happen because the state of Illinois said that there's a moratorium on these cameras and that they were only supposed to be used for safety. They're not used for safety. It is a cash cow. It's a cash cow of 164 cameras in very specific neighborhoods. And many of you are asking for cameras because you don't have them. Well, guess what? Some of our communities do have them. It's outrageous that in the city of Chicago, there are some neighborhoods with schools and not a single camera. And then there are other communities like mine that have a camera at every other school. My people are paying a tax to benefit everyone else. And I get it. This is about holding people accountable. I get that. And I'm 100% agree that if you don't speed, you don't get a ticket. But you know what? People speed in every neighborhood. There are schools in every neighborhood. There are children in every neighborhood trying to cross the street, trying to enjoy life. And guess what? You don't get a camera. This isn't Oprah Winfrey. You're not getting it. So don't fall for it. What you are doing is you are telling those select communities that you are going to be the one that we take $60 million for and augment the police department and other pet projects, regardless of who the administration is. But you are going to be the epicenter of where we pull extra money from. And for people who ran saying that it's disproportionately impacting minorities, people that are looking for fairness and inclusion, this is the exact opposite of that. This is targeting specific neighborhoods saying, I'm going to take from you every single day so that other neighborhoods don't have to bear the burden that you are bearing. That the law is unequally applied in some neighborhoods and not others. That is this discussion today. You want to hold people accountable? Let's do it. There's a very simple way to do it next month next time we get together. Take away all grace periods. You go over 1 mile per hour in any neighborhood, hold them accountable. You want to have the cameras, then you know what? Then redistribute them equitably across the city of Chicago. Don't allow them in clusters. Take them out of my neighborhoods, and you want them in Lincoln Park, you want them in anywhere else. Let's figure it out. Rotate them. Go for it. But that's not what we're talking about today. We are talking about certain communities being stuck with cameras and continuing to be stuck with those cameras. If this council wants to take a bus to Springfield and go tell the legislators to lift the moratorium, do it. But let's focus on what our discussion is here today. Let's focus on the fact that we all appreciate life in our neighborhoods, that none of us want to see children or seniors rushing across. Not one single person in this room took an oath to say that they want to see people threatened because of traffic. But you have to do it fairly. You have to do it equitably. Otherwise, those words mean nothing. And if you're going to sit here and pontificate about safety, if you're going to sit here and talk about that we need to keep people safe, that people need to follow the law, then let's not have the hypocritical double standard here in this room, folks. Because there are plenty of people who are saying that today, who don't say it when it's the gangbangers, who don't say it when it's the drug dealers or people running guns, that are too busy finding excuses to let things go. When you're supporting settlements for people whom we know are terrorizing and destroying our neighborhoods, and we gladly settle. Enough with the double standards. You want to make it about safety, then make everything about safety. Don't start picking and choosing simply because it's convenient or because you don't have the cameras so that you can say what you want to say. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Lopez. Any other members of the body wish to speak before I add a word? Alderman Irving.
Thank you, Madam President. We've answered one side of this equation. We talked about the safety component of this. We talked about the young people that have lost their lives. We talked about the seniors that have lost their lives. But what we haven't talked about is the balance of this equation, because to support this today creates a hole somewhere that nobody's decided how we're going to fill. And I'm, for one, not willing to give up safe passage workers on the west side of Chicago. If you want to give yours up, that's fine. I don't want to give those up. I don't want to see decreased services in an already decreased serviced environment for the revenue that will be lost. And yes, there is revenue component to this, but we haven't talked about it, nor have we talked about the services that it provides. I think it's important that we understand it, and I think it's important that we make this vote, that you make it with your eyes open, not hoping that we're not going to figure out the plug on the other side of this particular issue of it being 30 or 80, 30 million this year and another 80 some odd million next year. We need to understand the totality of such a vote if we are to take it, but no one has provided that portion of the conversation. So it may sound good, it may look good, but we don't truly know the full consequences of the action in which we were to support such an item on today. Now, I understand that one may talk about distribution, but the map shows these cameras in Forest Glen. It shows them in all over the city. It shows them in Roseland. It shows them on the west side. It shows them all over the city. So this is not, as I would say, a issue where these things are plucked in one sector of our community in the city, or plucked in one group's communities in the city. These are all over the city. And again, almost 50% of the people that are targeted or are hit with these don't even live in the city. They're just flying through our city. And again, endangering the lives of our children and our seniors in this particular process. And again, until we can honestly answer the question of, we want to blow a hole in the budget and still want to have services that revenue supports, that is by law supporting, I believe there's 6 specific items that it does support, all of them around public safety, all of them around helping our young people, helping our kids get to and fro school, to and fro to the parks for summer programs. And again, we all live in a challenging time. And I hate to understand that we have not talked about the other side of this equation and what it really means to make this particular move. The last point I want to make is that 40 miles an hour, if somebody gets hit at 40 miles an hour, their likelihood of survival, I believe, is 5 or 10%. And to the extent that we want to make sure that we are creating the safest possible environment for our constituents, the conversations around the citywide speed limit and other things are something that really do need to be addressed. And I hope that as far as the infrastructure money and the items that are coming from this, that are utilized in a way to help make Chicago safer for the pedestrians, for other individuals in our communities. But again, to do that blindly without thinking about the other side of this equation, I think is malfeasance on our part. And I would encourage a no vote on this item. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Alderman Irving. Any other members of the body that wish to speak to this matter before I add 2 points of clarification and then yield to Alderman Beal for the close? There's been a misnomer both here today and I think in the discussions leading up to this that somehow these cameras are clustered in certain Black and brown neighborhoods. Let me take you back. When the former mayor and administration went to Springfield to get authority to have these cameras installed, one of the requirements was that there was equal distribution throughout the city. The city is carved up into specific zones, and the cameras can only be placed around schools and parks. You all had copies of the map. You've all seen where the cameras are. And as Alderman Irvin just said, They are all over our city, not just in Black and brown neighborhoods. So it is not accurate to suggest otherwise. There was a recent comment that don't be fooled, there's a moratorium. Not correct, not in the city of Chicago. All of us have witnessed and watched the corruption that has followed the red light camera circumstance in many suburbs where there've been federal indictments and other things that have happened as a result of too cozy a relationship between electeds and some of the vendors of red light cameras. And in response to that, the legislature has imposed some restrictions on some suburbs on red light cameras, but not on the city of Chicago. So there is no moratorium. The last thing I'll say is this. This is a complicated issue, and I think the members of this body absolutely should, and I would welcome a conversation about what more we can and must do to address the speeders, the distracted drivers who are killing our residents. When I first saw the data from last year showing that 174 people all over our city had been killed as a result of speed and distracted driving, and then layering on the small likelihood of survival at the speeds that are proposed by this ordinance, it was one of those gut punch moments for me. It's surreal to me, I have to say, that we're even having this discussion. Surreal to me because people are driving too fast. They have been driving too fast through the pandemic. We need to take more steps to slow people down. The horror stories that some of you have shared with me when your residents have been struck by these speeding cars and what has happened to their bodies, making them mangled and in many instances unrecognizable, is a memory that no one should have, but importantly, no one should experience. Increasing the speeds encourages the speeders to do more destruction to our residents. Chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, if I can correct a statement that you just made, that this ordinance does not increase the speed limit. And that has been an issue that has been being spewed across this city since this ordinance was introduced March 24th of 2001. This ordinance does not increase the speed limit. And let me just go back to another misnomer that has been put out here. There have been more fatalities since the speed limit for tickets was changed from 10 to 6 over the last 3 years. We have had more fatalities under this ordinance in its current form. So it's not about safety. And let me take another step back. Not one fatality has been around a speed camera. Not one fatality has been around a speed camera. So when this thing was first done, and I would have loved to have had this discussion back in 2020, but this was done administratively. I would have loved to have had this debate and this conversation on this floor before it was done. So here we are today with an ordinance that has been held, deferred again. We should have had this debate a long time ago, and we could have moved on since then. So let me also tell you, going back to no fatalities around the cameras, when you look at the amount of tickets that are being issued since January to this June, there have been $38 million of tickets issued here in the city of Chicago. 24 million of that 38 was from $35 increments. And the majority of that income is coming out of the Black and brown community. So when the commissioner gave us this big dog and pony show about the speeds increasing, the fatalities, that was to really distract you from the real issue. There's not one person in this council that agrees that trying to do something to better the traffic flow in this city is at the forefront of what we're trying to do. Nobody wants fatalities. Nobody. We all want safety in our community. But at the same time, this is affecting the Black and brown community more than anything else. And when we talk about that we wanted to reduce the fines and fees on the backs of the people that can least afford it, and then we hit them upside the head with this, something is clearly wrong with what we're doing here in this city. So let's go back to the threshold. We're talking about people 40 miles an hour, 45 miles an hour. Again, let's address the real problem in this city. The real problem in this city is the disproportionate of tickets being issued in our community. The money is staggering on how it's affecting our community. It's staggering. So we need to address that. And so I've been fighting for this ordinance because I know how it's affecting my community. And some of you all say you don't have cameras. Well, you know what? I will gladly give you mine. Gladly give you mine. If you don't want one or you want one, I will give you the couple that I have in my community. Because my people cannot keep affording to pay these fines and fees every single day. Just for going to the daycare, dropping your kid off, going to the grocery store, back and forth. You get a ticket going and coming. When we talk about people can't afford gas prices are high. They can't afford groceries because groceries are going up. This is about relief. This is about true relief here in the city of Chicago for the residents that can least afford to continue to pay these tickets. That's what it's all about. So don't go for the okey doke about it's about safety, because it's not. The data shows that it's not about safety, that it's 100,000% about revenue. And I tell you, when we look at the Black and brown community, voting against this ordinance, shame on you. For voting to continue to hit your residents upside the head unnecessarily. And that's what it is, it's unnecessary. So all I'm saying is if we move it back to where it was, which was 10, it might have an adverse effect. But people are gonna speed regardless. They're gonna speed regardless. No matter what we do today or not do, people are gonna continue to speed. I get that. But let's get some parity in this city and let's make sure that we can move forward without balancing our budget off the backs of the people who can least afford to continue to pay these fines and fees. So with that, Madam Chairman, I ask for a roll call vote.
Madam Clerk, please open up the electronic voting.
The voting is now open. Please vote with your device and remember to hit refresh and cast your vote. The voting is now open. Anyone in the back annex, if you can hear our voice, please come and cast your vote.
I think most people are here.
I'm now going to call on those aldermen who have not cast their vote electronically. Alderman Cardenas. Oh, good. Okay. Alderman Coleman. Alderman Coleman, Alderman Moore. Go through. All right. Alderman Coleman, did you cast your vote? Alderman Moore, did you cast your vote? Alderman Moore. Alderman Moore, you must cast your vote. Do you need technology support? Okay. Alderman Brookins. Alderman Rodriguez Sanchez, not here. Alderman Ramirez Rosa, not here. Alderman Villegas. You're refreshing. Christina, can you help? Would you like to do a voice vote, Alderman Villegas? Alderman Villegas, I can take a voice vote. Voice vote. Well, time is up. Beep. You got it? Okay. All right, the vote is now closed.
On the motion, the yeas are 18, the nays are 26, the motion fails. Alderman Kaplan on the motion for reconsideration.
Madam President, I move to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the motion for reconsideration signify by saying aye. All those opposed say nay. The nays have it. The motion for reconsideration fails. I believe that concludes our unfinished business. Is that correct, Chairman?
Or items on that part of the agenda.
Alderman Mitchell, is there any other further unfinished business?
See. Let's see where we at. Madam President, I'm not aware of any further unfinished business.
All right, next up, ladies and gentlemen, miscellaneous business, Alderman Mitchell.
I am not aware of any miscellaneous business.
Alderman Mitchell, the date and time of the next meeting?
I've handed up an ordinance to the clerk, setting the date and the time for the next meeting.
Madam Clerk, can you please read the ordinance?
Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Chicago, Section 1, that the next regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Chicago shall be on Wednesday, September 21st, 2022, beginning at 10 a.m. in the council chamber on the second floor in City Hall, 121 North LaSalle Street, Chicago, Illinois. If prior to then there is a termination in accordance with Section 7E of the Open Meetings Act that an in-person meeting is not practical or prudent due to COVID-19, the next regular meeting of the City Council may be conducted by video conference in accordance with applicable law. Any such determination will be posted on the city clerk's website alongside with the amended meeting agenda, indicating that the meeting will be conducted by video conference by 10 a.m. on Monday, September 19, 2022. This ordinance shall take an effect to be enforced until after its passage. September 21st.
Alderman Mitchell.
I move passage in the omnibus.
I hear no objection, so ordered. Alderman Mitchell in the omnibus.
Madam President, I move that matters in the omnibus be passed by the first most favorable roll call vote by the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Madam President. I've been made aware there's an additional item from the Department of Housing that is ready for introduction, referral to committee. If there's no objection, I'd like for the clerk to read into the record.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Housing, I transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the issuance of financial assistance for the construction of the Grace Manor Apartments. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Lori Lightfoot, Mayor, referred to the Committee on Finance.
Alderman Mitchell on a motion to adjourn.
Madam President, there's no further business before the body. I move that we adjourn.
Hearing no objection, we are adjourned. See you all formally in September. Have a great time off.